The committee will come to order. Without objection, the chair is authorized to declare a recess of the committee at any time. I now recognize myself for an opening statement. Today, we're holding our second hearing on the crisis of gun violence in America. 7 weeks ago, this committee heard heartbreaking testimony from witnesses whose lives were forever changed by gun violence, including Mia Cirillo, a fourth grader who survived the massacre in Uvalde by smearing herself with blood so that they did not recognize her. Gun violence is now the top killer of children in the United States, causing more deaths in children than car accidents. In 2020, more than 45,000 people were killed by gun violence, the highest number ever recorded in our country. And since our first hearing, the evil of gun violence has continued to shatter our communities. On the 4th of July, a gunman rained down bullets on families at a parade in Highland Park, Illinois. He killed 7 people and injured dozens more. That shooter, like the killers in Uvalde, Buffalo, Las Vegas, Parkland, and Newtown, used an AR-15 style rifle. This is an ultra-deadly weapon engineered to kill enemy soldiers on the battlefield. Yet the gun industry has flooded our neighborhoods, our schools, and even our churches and synagogues with these deadly weapons, and has gotten rich doing it. That is why I launched an investigation into the gun industry. This morning, I released a memo with our initial findings, and what we found is appalling. Our investigation shows that 5 major gun manufacturers collected a total of more than $1 billion from the sale of assault rifles over the last decade. One company, Ruger, made over $100 million through the sale of AR-15 style rifles in 2021, and more than doubling what it made the year before. Another company, Daniel Defense, tripled its revenue from these rifles from 2019 to 2021. And Smith & Wesson brought in over $125 million from the sale of assault weapons in 2021. Our investigation also found that gun manufacturers use dangerous marketing tactics to sell assault weapons to the public. That includes marketing to children, preying on young men's insecurities, and even appealing to violent white supremacists. Finally, we found that even as guns kill more Americans than ever, none of those companies take even basic steps to monitor the deaths and injuries caused by their products. This is beyond irresponsible. At the end of our last hearing, I vowed that this committee would hold a second hearing so the committee and the American people can hear directly from the gun industry about why they continue to sell the weapons of choice to mass murderers. Today, we will hear from CEOs of 2 gun manufacturers who sold assault rifles used by mass shooters Daniel Defense and Ruger. Daniel Defense sold the assault weapon that was used in Uvalde to murder 19 children and 2 teachers and to wound 18 others. And Ruger is the largest rifle manufacturer in the U.S. Their assault weapon was used to murder more than 24 people at a church in Sutherland Springs, Texas. We also invited Mark Smith, the CEO of Smith & Wesson. His company is the 2nd leading rifle manufacturer in the country and is responsible for the weapons used by mass murderers in Highland Park, in Parkland, and in other mass shootings. Mr. Smith promised he would testify, but then he went back on his word, perhaps because he did not want to take responsibility for the death and destruction his company has caused. But the time for dodging accountability is over. Today, I'm announcing my intent to issue a subpoena for documents from Smith & Wesson's CEO and other top executives so that we can finally get answers about why this company is selling assault weapons to mass murderers, answers we were hoping to get at today's hearing. After we announced this hearing, the committee heard from victims, family members, and survivors of gun violence from across our country who wanted to share their stories and their questions for the gun industry. I'd like to play their video now. Let's please play the video.
Hi, my name is Nicole, and nearly 10 years ago, I survived the Sandy Hook shooting in my elementary school when I was just 7 years old. Still to this day, I struggle through the horrible aftermath and PTSD.
Our family was at the parade when I saw the shooter emerge above a second-floor roofline and point his long gun at my family and those around us and rapidly fire. I threw my wife and son behind a metal park bench to save our lives. After the shooting stopped, I saw the father of Cooper Roberts stand and scream for help, while my wife saw their son Cooper convulsing on the ground, shot through the abdomen and spine.
As we ran, clutching hands, not knowing if someone was going to shoot us and if we were going to live or die, my son lost a huge part of his innocence. He is not the same person. He is broken. And every day, my husband and I are heartbroken as we try to help him get back to the carefree, sweet little boy he was before this happened.
Hi, I'm Jasmine Custodis. I'm 17, and I lost my little sister, Jackie, at the Robb Elementary shooting in Uvalde, Texas. This picture was taken on her first communion on May 10th. 16 days later, she was shot and killed using a Daniel Defense AR-15.
Hello, my name is Ana Rodriguez. I lost my daughter, Maite Juliana Rodriguez, on May 24, 2022 at the Robb school shooting. Maite was a sweet 10-year-old girl who dreamed of attending Texas A&M University in Corpus Christi to pursue a career in marine biology. Maite was robbed of her future due to gun violence.
My fiance was shot and killed on May 14th by a white supremacist mass shooter when he went into Tops to buy our son a birthday cake. The shooter killed my fiance with a Bushmaster X-15 rifle. He also had with him a 12-gauge shotgun, a bolt-action rifle, full body armor, and a car full of ammunition.
My name is Fred Guttenberg. I am the father of Jesse and Jamie Guttenberg. On February 14, 2018, I sent my 2 children to school to learn safely. Towards the end of that day, a gunman showed up at my daughter's school, killing 17. My daughter was one of the 17 killed.
These people.
I want to know, what are you doing to stop these shootings?
Do you know how many children have been exposed to gun violence in schools since Columbine?
What are you going to do?
It's okay.
To make sure that your products don't get into the hands of a white supremacist mass shooter ever again, who will take a child's father away?
It's okay.
These people are demanding answers and accountability from the gun industry, and I intend to get both today. Following today's hearing, House Democrats will continue to take bold action to stop the bloodshed. Later this week, we hope to vote on the first assault weapon ban in nearly 30 years. The House is also planning to take action to end the outrageous legal immunity that has protected the gun industry from lawsuits for far too long. And in the coming weeks, I intend to introduce additional legislation to hold the gun industry accountable for the damage inflicted by their products, just like the car industry, the pharmaceutical industry, or any other American business. Let me close by addressing my Republican colleagues. I know that you value the rights guaranteed by the Second Amendment, and so do I. But even Justice Scalia recognized that, quote, the right secured by the Second Amendment is not unlimited, end quote. Even as we protect this right, we cannot ignore our fundamental obligation to protect the public, especially our children. I hope all of my colleagues will join me in finally taking action to end this crisis. I now yield to the distinguished Ranking Member, Mr. Comer, for his opening statement.
Thank you, Chairwoman Maloney. As elected representatives in Congress, it's our responsibility to work to ensure the law is enforced to reduce violent crime. The violence that began during the summer of 2020 continues to increase. Murders are up, aggravated assaults are up, and we must reverse this trend. Ironically, cities with the worst crime rates are the hardest place to buy guns. Years of gun control laws in cities like New York and Chicago have failed. That's why I will continue to protect the rights of all law-abiding gun owners who safely use, store, and carry firearms, including the AR-15, which is the most popular rifle in the United States. It's become clear that the two parties in Washington have very different solutions of putting an end to the violent crime wave across the nation. Republicans want to target criminals. Democrats want to target lawful gun owners and take away their guns. We all took an oath to support and defend the Constitution. The Second Amendment ensures the rights of individuals to keep and bear arms and defend themselves in times of danger. Just recently, the Supreme Court reaffirmed our right of self-defense enshrined in the Second Amendment. Meanwhile, Democrats and President Biden continue to blame American companies for various national crises that their policies have made worse. From the price of gasoline to the surge in violent crime, Democrats are quick to point the finger at American industry. Their targets today, the American firearms industry. What did the American firearm industry do wrong? Their customers are allowed to lawfully buy guns. Their customers are allowed to exercise their Second Amendment right to keep and bear arms for their protection and other lawful purposes. Gun manufacturers do not cause violent crime. Criminals cause violent crime. As the Democrats continue their obsession with vilifying American companies, they refuse to conduct any oversight over the Biden administration and the federal government. It's not surprising that the Lugar Center, a nonpartisan congressional rating group, has given the Democrats on our committee an F for oversight. Democrats have no problem with subpoenaing oil companies and private citizens, yet we haven't heard from a single Biden administration cabinet secretary this entire Congress. When are they going to get a subpoena? We invited Attorney General Garland to today's hearing since he's responsible for agencies like the FBI and ATF. He's not here. In February, we invited the Department of Energy Secretary Granholm to talk about gas prices, but she couldn't make it. Just this week, we learned that Democrats get the same response from the administration as Republicans. They refuse to show up. After both EPA and FAA rejected an invitation to tomorrow's environmental subcommittee hearing, Democrats were so desperate to secure the participation of the administration that they offered to change the scope of the hearing so that both agencies would be comfortable testifying. It looks like they still aren't going to show up. Americans are suffering from the effects of an open border, including fentanyl streaming across into the hands of our youth, inflation at a 40-year high, and last month gas prices hit a record of over $5 a gallon nationwide. Madam Chairwoman, it's time that we hear directly from the people in the administration making policy decisions impacting the lives of all Americans. I would like to enter into the record a letter from Democrat Subcommittee Chair Ro Khanna expressing exasperation with the EPA for not appearing at a hearing tomorrow.
Without objection.
I would also like to enter into the record a letter that committee Republicans sent you earlier today stating that we support issuing subpoenas to administration officials if they are not appearing voluntarily.
Without objection.
Let's hold the Biden administration to the same standard that you hold private companies. Show up or get a subpoena. It's time that we do the job the American people sent us here to do. Holding the government accountable, instead of holding hearings like this to score political points against private companies. As I close, Madam Chair, will you commit to holding one hearing before the end of the year with the Cabinet Secretary? Just one hearing with one Cabinet Secretary.
I will take it under advisement, and now we will introduce our witnesses. First, we will hear from Marty Daniel, Chief Executive Officer of Daniel Defense, LLC. Then we will hear from Christopher Killoy, President and Chief Executive Officer of Strom Ruger Company, Inc. Then we will hear from Brian Bussey, Senior Advisor at Giffords Law Center. Then we will hear from Kelly Sampson, Senior Counsel and Director of Racial Justice at Brady, United Against Gun Violence. Finally, we will hear from Antonia Okafor, National Director of Women's Outreach at Gun Owners of America. In addition to our witnesses, we also have in the hearing room victims and survivors of the mass shooting in Uvalde and Highland Park, who will be observing our hearing. We are honored by their presence of these brave men and women today. In particular, I want to welcome Felix and Kimberly Rubio, who testified at our previous hearing about their heartbreaking loss of their daughter, Lexi Rubio. The witnesses will be unmuted so we can swear them in. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Let the record show that the witnesses answered in the affirmative. Thank you. Without objection, your written statements will be made part of the record. And with that, Mr. Daniel, you are now recognized for your testimony. Mr. Daniel.
Thank you, Chairwoman Maloney. Chairwoman Maloney, Ranking Member Comer, my name is Marty Daniel, founder and CEO of Daniel Defense. I'm grateful for the opportunity to work with you and to join with Americans across the country in attempting to find effective solutions to combat the unacceptable increase in violent crime in our country, including the evil acts in Uvalde, Buffalo, and Highland Park that prompted this hearing. I'm sharing my views today to help ensure that the voices of law-abiding citizens and gun owners are understood by this committee. I am concerned, however, that the stated and implied purpose of this hearing is to vilify, blame, and try to ban over 24 million sporting rifles already in circulation that are lawfully possessed and commonly used by millions of Americans to protect their homes and loved ones, to safely sport shoot with family and friends, and to put food on the table as licensed hunters. This proceeding is focused on a type of firearm that was involved in fewer than 4% of homicides involving firearms in 2019. I believe in God, and my faith guides me and my family. Fundamentally, I also believe that there's good and evil in our lives. And what we saw in Uvalde, Buffalo, and Highland Park was pure evil. The cruelty of the murderers who committed these acts is unfathomable and deeply disturbs me, my family, my employees, and millions of Americans across this country. Lately, many Americans, myself included, have witnessed an erosion of personal responsibility in our country and in our culture. Mass shootings were all but unheard of just a few decades ago. So what changed? Not the firearms. They are substantially the same as those manufactured over 100 years ago. I believe our nation's response needs to focus not on the type of gun, but on the type of persons who are likely to commit mass shootings. In my judgment, the U.S. Secret Service and Department of Homeland Security have shown how we can best spend public resources in reducing these threats. Several recent studies by these agencies have concluded that mass shootings are preventable when appropriate community systems are in place. In my full statement, I identify other actions that can be taken without infringing on the constitutional rights of law-abiding citizens. As the Supreme Court stated in Heller, the enshrinement of constitutional rights necessarily takes certain policy choices off the table, including those that would diminish the Second Amendment rights of law-abiding Americans, such as banning common and popular guns. To close, I'm appearing before you on a voluntary basis because I believe strongly in our constitutional form of government and the role of Congress in addressing the nation's problems. I have respect for Congress and I hope you will afford me the same respect as both a citizen and a manufacturer of a lawful product built for responsible citizens. Thank you.
And thank you, Mr. Killoy. You are now recognized for your testimony.
Chairwoman Maloney, Ranking Member Comer, and distinguished members of the committee, good morning. My name is Chris Killoy, and I am both fortunate and proud to be the President and Chief Executive Officer of Sturm, Ruger & Company, Incorporated, more simply known as Ruger. At its core, Ruger, like all companies, is simply a collection of people. We are fathers, mothers, grandparents, friends, and neighbors. From humble beginnings in Southport, Connecticut, very close to where our corporate headquarters is today, we have grown to a team of nearly 2,000 hardworking folks. We have factories in Prescott, Arizona, Mayodan, North Carolina, Newport, New Hampshire, and Earth City, Missouri, with smaller offices and personnel in various locations around our great country. We come to work every day with the goal of building rugged, reliable firearms that responsible citizens are proud to own and lawfully use. Our motto, Arms Makers for Responsible Citizens, is a testament to our company culture and philosophy dating back nearly 75 years. Among the materials provided to the committee are a few examples of what we have done these many years to advance our philosophy and demonstrate our core values of respect, integrity, teamwork, and innovation. As many companies in America move jobs overseas to improve their bottom line, we build our products in American factories. With few exceptions, our supply chain is nearly all domestic, often supported by small local businesses near our factories. We strive to provide good pay and benefits to our workforce with the hope that employees will become long-term members of our team. And we have the track record to prove it. Right now, we employ well over 100 dedicated employees with between 30 and 50 years at our company. I recently attended a retirement party for a husband and wife team who collectively dedicated 87 years to Ruger, more than a typical lifetime. Not many CEOs are as fortunate as I am to work with such great people. During the COVID-19 pandemic, we worked exceptionally hard to keep our workforce safe. Our COVID task force met nearly every day for more than a year to manage our response, track constantly shifting guidance, and make protocol recommendations. While these protocols had an adverse impact on production and profitability, we opted for the harder right and are proud of that decision. With the recent acquisition of the Marlin Firearms brand, we now offer over 40 product lines and nearly 800 product innovations. Our management team is small, hardworking, and effective. We work closely together every day and strive to do the right thing for our employees, shareholders, customers, and communities in which we are located. We operate in a rapidly changing and increasingly complex legal environment. We do our level best to meet our regulatory obligations, cooperate with law enforcement, and remain true to our corporate philosophy. As a company, we support many initiatives designed to promote the safe and responsible use of firearms. Examples include Project Child Safe, Fix NICS, and Walk the Talk America, just to name a few. These programs and others are detailed in the materials we provided to the committee. Our employees are very active in their respective communities. We have an internal company newsletter, The Ruger Action, which highlights the achievements of our workforce. Weddings, graduations, promotions, retirements, a first buck, and so on. I am always proud and pleased by the community outreach and service of our employees that I read about so frequently. Ruger is a collection of nearly 2,000 hardworking, dedicated individuals sharing the common goal of supplying rugged, reliable, American-made firearms to responsible citizens who use them lawfully every day. That is who we are. The tension between our constitutional right to own firearms and the harm inflicted by criminals who acquire them is a complex topic that evokes strong emotions, regardless of your position on the issue. At Ruger, we are proud Americans who embrace the Constitution and the blanket of protections it provides, including specifically those guaranteed by the Second Amendment. We firmly believe that it is wrong to deprive citizens of their constitutional right to purchase the lawful firearm they desire because of the criminal acts of wicked people. A firearm, any firearm, can be used for good or for evil. The difference is in the intent of the individual possessing it, which we respectfully submit should be the focus of any investigation into the root causes of criminal violence involving firearms. Thank you. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you. Mr. Bousset, you are now recognized for your testimony.
Good morning, Chairwoman Maloney. Thank you for inviting me today. My testimony is about decisions, the ones I've made, the ones the firearms industry has made, and ultimately the decisions you must make. Like so many gun owners in America, I grew up with guns and was taught that responsibility and safety are critical components of firearms ownership. In 1995, I made the decision to get into the gun industry. For the first several years of my career, the same responsibility I was raised with prevailed there. Tactical gear was not allowed in the largest trade shows. Companies like Ruger even included their founding motto on all advertising, arms maker for responsible citizens. By 2007, change was happening as most companies began combining guns with the political fear and conspiracy machine of the NRA. It worked very well because the same things that drove NRA radicalization also drove gun sales. Prior to 2008, guns like the AR-15 were a pariah, but they represented a new and untapped market, and the NRA and the NSSF needed new political symbols and profit. And so companies like Smith & Wesson made the decision to get into the AR-15 business. A few years later, the M&P 15, as in military and police, became the best-selling rifle in America. Eventually, young male gun customers in places like Parkland, Florida, Highland Park, Illinois, and Kenosha, Wisconsin, all decided to use an M&P 15. By 2008, Ruger made the decision to remove the responsible citizen motto from most of its public advertising. Those industry leaders who spoke out against this new trajectory were attacked and marginalized. Everyone was told that any new gun buyer or any gun marketing was good, so long as it furthered political aims and sold guns. The trend of dismissing responsibility has only worsened, and today the industry condones frightening marketing that openly partners with domestic terror orgs like the Boogaloo Boys, a group that hopes for race wars and wears Hawaiian shirts. There is no industry criticism of marketing like this. In fact, the maker of this Boogaloo rifle is also one of the nation's largest gun retailers, and they boast of the public support of most of the largest gun companies, including Smith & Wesson. It's not that the industry and the NSSF are shy about aggressively policing the actions of members. In 2018, after the Parkland shooting, Ed Stack, the CEO of Dick's Sporting Goods, removed AR-15s and tactical gear from his stores. Stack still sold plenty of other guns, but within days, the NSSF Board of Governors officially expelled Stack and Dick's to let everyone know that anything short of complete devotion would not be tolerated. I was inside the industry as new companies like Daniel Defense built businesses by advertising AR-15s with slogans encouraging young men to use what the Special Forces guys use. Like many companies, they also sought and celebrated the inclusion of their AR-15s in first-person shooter games and movies. When Daniel Defense tweeted a picture of a toddler blessed by a Proverbs verse while cradling an AR-15 on the same week as the Uvalde shooter was killing kids with one of their rifles, there was no criticism from industry leadership. But there has been a prestigious reward. The same NSSF Board of Governors that expelled Ed Stack elected Marty Daniel to a coveted seat on that board, a position he still holds today. Mr. Killoy is an important voting member of that NSSF board. Sadly for me, there is no place in the industry for anyone who believes in moderation or responsible regulation. If they did exist, they were frightened into submission or forced out. In my last months as an industry executive, I snapped photos like this. It's a tactical advertisement over the entrance of the SHOT Show that weirdly combines Revolutionary War soldiers, a modern AR-15, and the promise of daily gunfights as a business proposition. On January 6, 2021, less than a year after I took this photo, these exact components coalesced into a violent mob just a few hundred yards from here. Despite guns being the center of radicalized domestic terrorists, there is no industry rebuke, not of the come and take it flags on January 6th, not of armed men invading the Michigan Capitol, certainly not of Kyle Rittenhouse owning the libs by shooting and killing people at a protest with his Smith & Wesson military and police rifle. Any rational person can see the direct lines from this marketing to the troubled young men who kill people in places like Buffalo and El Paso and Uvalde. Anyone can see the direct lines to our nation's most dangerous domestic terror orgs. I am here on behalf of responsible gun owners, like me, who harbor a deep fear about what this is doing to our country. I am also here to warn you that there is much more of this on the way. No one from the industry is going to stop it, and it's going to get much worse. Now, as the elected leaders of our country, you have a decision to make. What is to be done about this? Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Bussey. Mr. Sampson, you are now recognized for your testimony. Ms. Sampson.
Chairwoman Maloney, Ranking Member Comer, and committee members.
Okay.
Chairwoman Maloney, Ranking Member Comer, and committee members, thank you for holding this hearing, because Americans of all walks of life can and do agree that gun violence is a real problem. Gun violence is a leading cause of death for American children, which is a public health issue, not a private evil hearts problem. Indeed, no prevailing philosophy, theology, or world history suggests that evil is unique to the United States. What is unique, however, especially in comparison to peer countries, is the rate at which gun violence kills our people. And that isn't because we're more evil, more prone to mental health diagnoses, or more violent. First, a mental health diagnosis makes someone more likely to be a victim of violence rather than a perpetrator. And in any case, research shows that Americans are no more prone to mental health issues than people around the world. Second, research suggests that America isn't necessarily more violent than our peers, but because guns are so readily available, we are decidedly deadlier. When it comes to gun violence, we're quite literally off the charts. That's why countries like Australia, Canada, and Germany warn their citizens to take extra precautions when traveling here. And that's also why hundreds of families will get the dreaded news that their loved one has been shot today. In the face of such horrific violence, I can understand why people may earnestly believe that the answers lie in the individual private sphere of hearts and morals. But gun violence is a public health problem, and it requires public policy solutions. We have to be honest. We have a gun violence problem unlike any other industrialized country on earth. And guns don't just come from the sky. Those opposed to regulation claim that people who want to get guns to commit crime could circumvent gun laws by going to the black market, as though the black market were a given. But it's not. Loopholes combined with the lack of accountability and unlawful, irresponsible, and negligent gun industry practices feed the black market. I'm going to focus on those business practices. Almost all guns start in licensed manufacturers' factories. Generally, manufacturers sell to distributors who sell to dealers who sell to the public. Dealers are supposed to screen for gun trafficking, and most do. The majority of gun dealers won't sell a single crime gun in a given year. But the most recently available data shows that 5% of licensed dealers sell about 90% of crime guns. And you might be asking what manufacturers have to do with that. A lot. Through trace data from the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, or the ATF, manufacturers know which dealers and distributors are routinely selling crime guns. Since the majority of gun dealers don't sell crime guns in a given year, then if a dealer has multiple traces, that should at least trigger the manufacturer to investigate and at most compel the manufacturer to cut business ties. But they don't do that. And you don't have to take my word for it. Several industry insiders have said as much, and I've detailed it in my written testimony. Despite manufacturers' role in supplying the black market, they face little accountability for a couple key reasons. First, they've lobbied to undercut the ATF. Second, they've bought themselves a shield in the Protection of Lawful Commerce in Arms Act, also called PLACA, a law that makes it much harder for those harmed by industry misconduct to get justice. So we've got paltry enforcement and PLACA, and the gun industry sows carnage by flooding communities with guns, then reaps profit by saying the only thing that'll stop the bad guys with guns are good guys with guns. This more guns, less crime frame isn't just wrong, it's dangerous. First, we know that states with looser gun laws have more crime. Secondly, framing guns around good and bad guys isn't neutral. Because of the racial inequities in our society, good guy with a gun is usually code for white, resulting in disparate treatment for black gun owners. For example, police shot and killed Philando Castile, a black licensed concealed carry permit holder during a traffic stop, whereas police were peacefully able to take an armed white man into custody who'd fled after shooting and killing 7 people at a July 4th parade in Highland Park. Further, some manufacturers use militaristic marketing, suggesting that assault-style rifles are the way to protect freedom. But as I've detailed in my written testimony, freedom in the firearms context is linked to a distorted view of the Second Amendment that falsely claims that people have the right to take up arms against the government. This insurrectionist interpretation is particularly seductive to extremists, and it threatened this very body on January 6th. Neither history nor any Supreme Court precedent supports the notion that the Second Amendment is the right to insurrection. As Representative Raskin pointed out just last week, it's absolutely absurd, yet we see manufacturers using it to sell guns all the time. The gun industry's role in fueling our country's gun violence epidemic can't be understated. That cannot stand, and I look forward to your questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ms. Okafor, you are now recognized for your testimony.
Thank you, Chairwoman Maloney, Ranking Member Comer, and members of the House Oversight Committee. Thank you for inviting me to testify today and for giving me the opportunity to defend the rights of millions of American gun owners to own and maintain AR-15s for self-defense. My name is Antonia Okafor-Cover, and I'm the National Director of Women's Outreach for Gun Owners of America. I'm also a national spokesperson. I'm a certified firearms instructor and range safety officer who specializes in working with women, particularly those with traumatic backgrounds. I'm what you would call an accidental activist. My parents are immigrants from Nigeria, and I grew up primarily with an anti-gun, anti-Second Amendment mindset until I arrived in college in 2009 and was greatly grieved at the epidemic of sexual assaults occurring at universities across the U.S. As a sexual assault survivor myself, I have since become a passionate advocate of empowering women. And in my years as a range safety officer and firearms instructor, I have found that my female students tend to give the AR-15 the best review overall. This year, Gun Owners of America put on free events for women that let new female shooters try out an array of firearms, from handguns to rifles to shotguns. Out of all the firearms, it was always the AR-15 that they raved about. Many of them surprised given the anti-AR-15 rhetoric pushed by organizations spending millions of dollars trying to deter them from owning one. The AR-15 allows women to have a larger firearm without having to absorb the recoil as much as one does with a smaller handheld firearm. The AR-15 makes it easier for those who have a physical disadvantage to the attacker to have an upper hand. Having a rifle allows me the advantage of being able to shoot the attacker from much further away than a standard handgun. The #1 reason that women buy firearms is for self-defense. I'm a proud owner of a Daniel Defense rifle, and it is my go-to rifle. It is by far lighter than any other rifle I own. It makes it easier for me to hold, and yet it still does an incredible job of absorbing the impact after each trigger pull. Women have been known to use rifles in defense in plenty of instances, but the people who have used Armalite rifles range from older men to young women. For instance, Stephen Williford, a GOA spokesman and senior living in Sutherland Springs, Texas, used an AR-15 to effectively stop a mass shooter at the church in his town a few years ago. In November 2019, a woman in her 9th month of pregnancy used her family's AR-15 to stop 2 armed attackers in her home. After they severely wounded her husband and attempted to grab her 11-year-old daughter, the wife grabbed the AR-15 and drove the attackers away. One of them was found dead from the round she put in him before they fled from the scene. More recently in Atlanta, a Black Army veteran protected his home and family inside, using AR-15 to fend off 2 intruders from his home. His wife was hiding inside the home, and the man used his rifle in defense of his family, home, and property. Banning these firearms will only make it difficult for women like me to protect our families. Gun bans never stop bad guys from getting firearms. As my written testimony shows, the original ban of 1994 did nothing to reduce the crime. Consider all the recent shootings in Buffalo and Uvalde were aided and abetted by gun restrictions. The Buffalo shooter indicated he was comforted that his victims would be limited in their ability to carry firearms by New York's tough gun laws, and Uvalde's school was a gun-free zone. It's not surprising that 94% of mass shootings occur in gun-free zones. The Second Amendment guarantees a right that we already have. It pre-exists the Second Amendment. The right is to self-preservation. The Second Amendment's primary focus is not about hunting. The Second Amendment was put into the Constitution as protection of the people against an oppressive government. History has shown countless times that any people group without the means of keeping and bearing arms has remained the oppressed people group. Our history in America has shown oppression correlated with gun control. Even after Black people fought alongside their white counterparts in the military, many came home to racist governments and institutions that systematically took away firearms from Black communities. Communities that relied on firearms to deter attacks from the Ku Klux Klan and other anti-gun organizations. Martin Luther King Jr. applied 2 times for a concealed carry permit. Both times, the racist police in charge of giving Dr. King a permit refused to give him one. In conclusion, because of the many benefits of the AR-15 for women and those with physical disadvantages, including the fact that our Constitution is clear that no government body has the power to determine which firearm I choose to keep in my possession, the Armalite rifle is a platform that is an exceptional, commonly owned firearm and should be protected as such. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I thank all the panelists. I now recognize myself for questions. Today's hearing is historic. It's the first time in nearly 2 decades that the CEOs of leading gun manufacturers have testified before Congress about their business practices. Mr. Daniel, the gunman in Uvalde, used an assault weapon from your company to murder 19 children and 2 teachers. Your company said that this shooting was, and I quote, a horrifying tragedy, end quote, and that the victims and families are, quote, in our thoughts and they are in our prayers, end quote. You even canceled your company's appearance at the NRA convention after the shooting. And you testified today that there has been a decline in personal responsibility, using your words. Mr. Daniel, do you agree that the murder of these children and teachers in Uvalde was a tragedy? And do you feel any personal responsibility for that tragedy?
Chairwoman Maloney, I am deeply disturbed by these horrific acts committed by evil people. I cannot even imagine what those innocent children had to go through, and the teachers. I cannot imagine the horror that the families have to live with for the rest of their lives. These acts were horrible, and these acts need to be stopped.
Thank you. Okay, reclaiming my time, Mr. Killoy. Weapons from your company, Ruger, have also been used in mass shootings, including the deadliest shooting in Texas history. I played a video earlier in which Americans impacted by gun violence had a simple question: what is the gun industry doing to stop the violence? We just heard from Mr. Daniel that we have to stop the violence. I think we all agree. What is the gun industry doing? And one obvious step is to end the sale of assault weapons to civilians and children. Yet neither company before us has been willing to take that step. Congress is moving to take that step. Mr. Daniel, how many more American children need to die before your company will stop selling assault weapons to civilians and young men?
Congressman, was that directed to myself or Mr. Daniel?
Okay. Mr. Daniel, yes. Can you respond, Mr. Daniel?
Yes. Can you, I thought that question was for Mr. Cloyd. Can you repeat the question, please?
How many more American children need to die before your company will stop selling assault weapons to civilians and children, the weapon of choice in most mass murders in our country.
Congresswoman Maloney, I believe that these murders are local problems that have to be solved locally. I believe that
Okay.
the
My
facts
time is limited, and I have to go to the next question. Mr. Killoy, how about you? Is there any number of shootings in schools and churches and synagogues that would convince you to stop selling weapons of war to civilians?
Respectfully, Congresswoman, I don't consider the modern sporting rifles today that my company produces to be weapons of war. And like all Americans, I grieve, when we read about these tragic incidences. You ask what the industry has done and what our company has done and can do. One of the things you referenced was the Sutherland Springs situation. In that case, the evil person who perpetrated those crimes and committed those murders was allowed to buy a firearm that, frankly, he should not have been allowed to do.
Reclaiming my time. And it seems to me that if a company really cared that its products were being used to kill scores of Americans, it would stop selling them. But of course, the gun industry won't do that because they're making lots and lots of money from these weapons. As shown in the chart behind me, over the last 10 years, Daniel Defense collected more than $500 million in revenue selling AR-15 style assault weapons, the weapon of choice in too many mass shootings. Ruger also made over $500 million on these weapons, and Smith & Wesson made more than $600 million. That is the very definition of putting profits over people. Today, the committee room, there are victims and surviving family members from the Highland Park and Uvalde shootings. Mr. Daniel, you have sent thoughts and prayers to the victims of Uvalde, but you have never accepted responsibility for selling the weapons that killed these innocent children. And you testified earlier that there has been a decline in personal responsibility. I want to give you the opportunity now to show personal responsibility. Will you accept personal responsibility for your company's role in this tragedy and apologize to the families of Uvalde?
Chairwoman Maloney, these acts are committed by murderers. The murderers are responsible.
Reclaiming my time. Mr. Killoy, how about you? Will you apologize to the victims here today and victims around our country and their families in Sutherland Springs, Boulder, and other cities who were harmed by your products?
Congresswoman, with all due respect, while as I grieve like all Americans at these tragic incidences, again, to blame the firearm, the particular firearm in use here that we're talking about, modern sporting rifles,
Thank you.
to blame the firearm as an inanimate object.
Reclaiming my time. So let me get this straight, and with all due respect, you market weapons of war to civilians and children. You make millions by selling them, but when someone pulls the trigger, you refuse to accept responsibility. And I would call that a staggering lack of accountability. I hope the American people are paying attention today. It is clear the gun makers are not going to change unless Congress forces them to finally put people over profits. I yield back and recognize the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Heiss. He is now recognized.
Thank you. I want to thank each of our witnesses for being here for your testimonies. I also want to thank Chairwoman Maloney for holding this hearing so that the American people can see the disturbing trend in this committee of going after both private citizens and the constitutional rights of American citizens. Just the other day, this committee went after those in the energy sector and now going after firearm manufacturers, all for political purposes. And just to go with the Chairwoman's comments, I want to know, when are you, Chairwoman Maloney, going to apologize to the American citizens for not dealing with the real issue and showing responsibility and accountability. When are we going to have hearings in this committee holding people responsible in cities, municipalities, states, and right here in our own Congress for being soft on crime? When are we going to have hearings to do away with the ridiculous, outrageous policies of defunding the police? And do we really think that that is a good idea when it comes to dealing with crime? Would anyone in their right mind think that crime would go down when we attack and defund the police, when we're soft on crime? And here we have a southern border that remains open, allowing gang members to come in. We've not had one hearing about that. We've not dealt with one thing of the issue. This is like the old saying that we're going to blame the manufacturers of forks and spoons for obesity. I guess you're going to subpoena some of them as well to deal with obesity in this country. It is absolutely absurd that we're not dealing with the issues, and I want to know, when are you going to apologize for the lack of leadership in this committee of dealing with the issues that this country is facing? This committee should have jurisdiction over government oversight and federal issues, not going after private citizens and private companies like we're doing here today. Yes, violent crime is on the increase. That's a concern for all of us. But to go after the manufacturers of guns while at the same time remaining soft on crime, defunding the police, supporting those policies, and keeping our southern border open for all sorts of criminals is absolutely disgusting to me and unthinkable. The height of irresponsibility and lack of accountability. My colleagues seem to forget that the American people have a right to own guns. It's a constitutional right to defend themselves, and yet we have a perpetual barrage of politicized buzzwords like have already been used here this morning, like assault weapons and weapons of war, to support arbitrary gun grabs, not from criminals, but from law-abiding American citizens. And it's time that we see some changes. Mr. Daniel, I'd like to go to you. There are approximately 8.5 million Americans purchased a firearm for the first time in 2020, and this is a trend that's continued to go up for the last several years. Does your company make or produce any illegal product? Mr. Daniel.
We don't make any illegal products. We abide by all the laws. We have a very professional compliance department. We focus on always doing the right thing. We focus on, we tell our employees every month in our monthly meetings that we need to be 100% compliant 100% of the time. And we are known to have a great system of making sure that we're everything is legal.
And I have been to your company. I've toured it. It's an amazing place. Why do you believe so many Americans are choosing to exercise their constitutional rights for firearms and purchase firearms, particularly things like the AR-15, which seems to be under attack this morning?
Congressman, I believe our data agrees with what you have stated, that there were 8 million plus new gun owners in 2020. That number has continued. Those types of numbers have continued through today, equaling 16 million plus new gun owners. Our internal data shows us, sir, that less than 20% of those new gun owners who have never owned a gun before are Republicans, and that people who have made a decision in the past to never own a gun have changed their minds and are buying guns in unprecedented quantities.
And I'm sure that's primarily to defend themselves because we're soft on crime. We're not dealing with the real issues. Ms. Okafor, let me go to you here. Lawful gun ownership is an integral part of a citizen's right to defend themselves. In fact, it's interesting, and Chairwoman, I have two articles here, but in 1982, the city of Kennesaw, Georgia, passed an ordinance requiring heads of households to maintain working firearms and ammunition. And interestingly, Kennesaw, which is a metro Atlanta city, certainly not a depopulated rural area, they have incredibly low crime rates, particularly violent crime. In fact, between 2012 and 2020, only 2 homicides in that city. And I have a couple of articles I'd like to submit to the record, please.
Without objection.
Thank you. Ms. Okafor, in your opinion, is private gun ownership one of, if not the most effective means of self-defense?
Thank you, Congressman. Yes, absolutely. That is one of the most impactful ways of deterring any criminal from wanting to go to the places that are most vulnerable and defenseless. Like I said in my testimony, 94% of mass shootings occur in gun-free zones. So a criminal is going to go where they can do the most amount of harm in the least amount of time. And so those places that they know that they're not going to be able to do that, they're going to be a deterrent.
Is that answer data-based?
That's absolutely data-based.
Okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate the Chairwoman's allowing us to go a little bit over our time, but with that, I'll yield back, and I thank the witnesses for being here.
The gentleman's time is expired, and he yields back. Our votes have been called, and after the questioning from the District of Columbia, Ms. Norton, who is now recognized, we will recess for the purpose of going to the floor to vote. Ms. Norton, you are now recognized.
Thank you, Chairwoman Maloney, for this especially timely hearing. You're having this hearing at a time when gun violence is menacing the entire country. You do not open a paper these days, these mornings, without reading about gun violence, often involving many, many victims. I would like to preface my questions by noting that without statehood, the District of Columbia could have its local gun violence prevention laws, including its ban on assault weapons and high-capacity magazines, overturned by Congress. Republicans, including this Congress, have repeatedly tried to overturn D.C.'s common-sense gun violence prevention laws. We have defeated each such effort, and I will continue to try to do so. It is clear that there is a common denominator to mass shootings that occur over and over and again in America, and that is the use of assault weapons. Mr. Bousse, how is an AR-15 style firearm different from other guns sold by manufacturers, and what makes an AR-15 more deadly and dangerous than regular handguns?
Thank you, Congresswoman. An AR-15 is chambered in a very common cartridge, typically a .223 or a 5.56. In that way, it is similar to many other commonly used guns. But the AR-15 is based on the military version of the rifle, and it's specifically designed to be an offensive weapon of war for troops in battle to charge into places like buildings and battlefields to take as many lives as possible as fast as they possibly can. That's what the design of the rifle is for. It's, I think, an analogy may be in order. An AR-15, if you think about it in terms of cars, most cars and trucks have 4 wheels and a steering wheel and engines and all those things. And most rifles have a trigger and a barrel and a stock and all of those things. But in this case, the AR-15 would be much like a Formula One race car. It's like other cars, but it's specifically designed to do things very fast, very easy. At corners, it gets places very fast. So I think that's the analogy that should be used.
It's a very telling analogy, I must say. All of these differences mean the damage to the human body from one bullet fired from an assault rifle is particularly gruesome. I'll just give one example. A trauma surgeon at the University of Texas said that a bullet from an AR-15 has so much energy that it can disintegrate 3 inches of leg bone and it would, quote, just turn to dust. Knowing this, it's incomprehensible that the AR-15 style rifles are so easy to purchase. Mr. Daniel, your company brags that it offers a buy now, pay later financing and consumer can buy this product in, quote, seconds. Mr. Daniel, did the Uvalde shooter use this financing program to purchase his weapon?
Congresswoman, this shooting is still under investigation, and we shouldn't comment on this investigation.
Ms. Sampson, I want to quickly turn to you. How could a new assault weapons ban reduce the number of horrific mass shootings in our country? Put on your microphone.
Mike, please. Mike, please.
Is it on now? Thank you for the question. Renewing the assault weapons ban would prevent deadly mass shootings because we know that assault weapons are the weapon of choice for mass shooters because, as was mentioned earlier, not only are they able to shoot from a further distance, but they also allow a lone shooter to inflict much more harm on a greater number of people in a shorter amount of time. So if we renew the assault weapons ban, that would take away a key piece of what allows mass shooters to kill more people in less time without having to stop to reload.
The gentlelady's time has expired. Votes have been called, and to accommodate members voting, the committee will take a short recess and reconvene approximately 5 minutes at the close of the last vote in this series. The committee stands in recess. committee will come to order. The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Cloud, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Our United States Constitution was not written to be shredded in times of crisis or in tragedy. And tragically, we see often, and even in this body, to use every crisis and every tragedy as a reason to shred the Constitution, so to speak. Even today in this hearing, we see once again the attempt to punish society for the acts of an individual. This ideology, this blame shifting that's really rooted in Marxism. It's the same ideology that gives terrorists and those who commit genocide their reasoning and demagogues throughout history to justify their actions. And truly there's no single common denominator for the truly heinous acts we've all witnessed and that we've all been heartbroken over in our nation. But if we were to look at the common denominators, one of the biggest things we see is the breakdown of the family. And that's something I certainly think that we should consider as we go forward with this. But Ms. Aquifer, could you speak to what is the fastest growing gun owner demographic currently in our country?
Thank you, Congressman Cloud. The fastest growing demographic currently is actually Black women, and particular women, of course. 48% of the 8 million new gun owners that we had from 2019 to 2020 were women, and of those, 21% of them are Black women.
Any insight as to why this is happening and at this time?
Particularly with Black women, there's many reasons. One of the big reasons is because, unfortunately, Black women are one of the demographics that have been victims of violent crime. And so that is a reaction to that of women realizing, Black women realizing that they have to take care of themselves and protect themselves. Particularly during the pandemic, we saw an increased awareness of this. And so that is part of the trend, the growing trend of Black women getting firearms.
One of the trends we've seen kind of happening concurrently with this is the defund the police movement. Do you think there's any connection there, or is that just?
Well, it's actually shown, study by study has shown that in primarily African-American communities, that many African-Americans actually prefer and want to have, of course, a stable police force to protect and serve their communities. And so despite the rhetoric behind the defund the police, et cetera, and even if so, for those who have a distrust of the police, it's come down to their solution is to make sure that they have a way to defend themselves and their families, and that's what Black people across America are going towards, that solution.
It's been interesting to me, the chairwoman said at the beginning, she said the time for dodging accountability is over, and yet what we've seen is violence and crime has just increased in major cities across our country, especially in the last couple of years. A lot of it seems to be because of the lack of accountability. We continue to have almost daily stories of criminals who committed heinous acts be released only to commit heinous acts once again. And in that context, we've seen a number of people realizing that they have a need to protect themselves and to protect their families and such. We have leftist DAs in almost all of these cities where this is happening. We have an Attorney General here, or Attorney General Garland, who's really laid the groundwork for an understanding that there aren't consequences for bad actions for the individual, and it's really upended the rule of law in this country, and we've seen the tragic results. I was wondering, too, if you could speak to one of the big concerns with red flag laws is that there's a discriminatory nature to them. Could you speak to that?
Yeah, as we've seen, especially with red flag laws that uniquely tend to use no-knock warrants, what we've seen in criminal justice reform, et cetera, that I think those in the Second Amendment community and those in the criminal justice reform community agree on is that these no-knock warrants have been used especially in discriminatory practices, especially in red flag laws instances. So that is just one of the many reasons why GOA, Gun Owners of America, does not want no-knock warrants to exist, as well as red flag laws because of the discriminatory practices used behind them.
One of the things we've seen recently, too, is the ATF has amassed a massive database of gun records. It's almost 1 billion, if not that, already. And then recently we've seen that it's a searchable database, basically. Now, federal law says that they are not allowed to create a gun registry, but they have a searchable database for all practical purposes, and recently we've begun to see stories of them trying to enforce this through local law enforcement, in showing up and surveying gun, or do you have this serial number in your house and those kind of things. Does that kind of thing concern you, and how do you think that squares with the Second Amendment?
It absolutely concerns us at Gun Owners of America. When it comes down to it, is that this is exactly why people are concerned about any type of registration, is because once registration is allowed, then it's very easy for any type of government agency to be able to use that to essentially, again, discriminate against gun owners and those that they deem to be quote-unquote dangerous. And what that actually means tends to be anything from what they believe is a First Amendment difference or something like that. So when it comes down to it, that's part of the issue, is that any type of registration leads to gun confiscation in the end.
Yeah.
The gentleman's time has expired. Thank you. The gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Lynch, is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and really appreciate you holding this hearing. I thank the ranking member as well and our witnesses. On one of my other committees, I actually serve as the chairman of the Task Force on Financial Technology, or FinTech. And our task force is continuing to investigate the emerging use of so-called buy now, pay later financing for online purchases. So I want to direct this question to Mr. Bussey and Ms. Sampson. A buy now, pay later allows consumers to purchase and immediately take possession of an item after agreeing to pay the purchase price over a fixed period of time. The use of buy now, pay later has really dramatically increased in the last few years, especially with the pandemic. Not surprisingly, buy now, pay later is also extremely popular with younger consumers because it entails a very, very light credit pull or credit check, and really targets those with minimal disposable income and little or no credit history. And by far, millennials and Gen Z consumers make up the majority of buy now, pay later users by age group. Regrettably, however, relevant to this hearing, buy now, pay later has really become popular as a way to finance online gun and ammunition purchases. While some of the major buy now, pay later providers like Affirm and Klarna and Afterpay explicitly prohibit purchasing guns and ammunition, some do not. And as recently reported by the New York Times, Credova Financial LLC and some other niche firms are actively exploiting the gap in gun sales market by teaming up with gun merchants to offer buy now, pay later financing to facilitate online purchases. In fact, Credova boasts a multitude of retail partners on its website, including several gun merchants. For example, the company is the financing arm for grabagun.com, which is an online gun seller offering handguns, shotguns, and what they say on their website, a huge number of AR-15s. Grabagun.com prominently highlights the convenience and benefits associated with Credova buy now, pay later, including no hard credit inquiries for pre-approval and zero money down. The website also dangerously markets Credova's services as advertised on Grabagun.com. A consumer can select Credova financing in order to what they call shoot now, pay later. So that's running contrary to all the checks that we're asking to be implemented to prevent the wrong people from actually getting access to firearms. So Mr. Bussey and Ms. Sampson, can you offer us your thoughts on how this new mechanism of buy now, pay later in the gun industry could affect and exacerbate the gun violence epidemic?
Thank you for the question, Congressman. I believe that this sort of system points out the sort of danger that we're now facing and what I think is a holdover in our firearms laws. We need to do things to make it more difficult for impulsive teenagers to get AR-15s and up to 60 30-round magazines that the Uvalde shooter had. We don't need to make things, I mean, 18-year-old, 19-year-old, 20-year-old kids, especially young men, are impulsive. And buy now, pay later, or buy now, or shoot now, pay later, sort of financing options like this highlight this massive hole we have in our regulation that is a holdover from the time when 18-year-old kids were thought it was okay because they needed to go buy a hunting rifle to go hunting with their dad on some nice October day. That's why this 18-year-old law exists and why handguns are 21. Our country has changed now where many of our long guns, in fact, in some places, the majority of our long guns purchased are AR-15s. And we need, in my opinion, as responsible gun owners, as lawmakers, as responsible citizens, we need to reduce the prevalence of increasing that sort of easy access.
Thank you. Ms. Sampson?
I would also just add that the reason why this is so compelling, especially for younger consumers, is because AR-15s and the like are rather expensive weapons. And so for individuals who may be younger, this may be another way to allow them to get their hands on them. And it all goes around to the deliberate marketing to some of the most vulnerable and impulsive members of our society. And
the gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman
Thank you
from
very much,
Louisiana.
Madam Chair. I yield back. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. The gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Higgins, is now recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Bousse, does an American citizen have the right to defend their home from armed, violent home invasion? Just yes or no. It's not a trick question.
Yes, sir. I believe that the Supreme Court has established that right.
Yeah, it was well defined 240 years ago, reaffirmed by Article 3 and every sovereign state since. Ms. Sampson, you believe an American citizen, a free American, has a right to defend his home from armed, violent invasion?
with respect, thank you for the question. The things that we're talking about won't prevent.
Well, we're
Americans
moving
from having
past
that
you.
right.
Ms. Okafor, does an American citizen have the right to defend their home from armed and violent invasion?
Absolutely. Not only is a human right, it's also guaranteed by the Constitution.
Absolutely. What my colleagues are doing, it's unbelievably beyond the pale of anything reasonable or constitutional. Everything we're leading towards here is the seizure of weapons from the homes of law-abiding American citizens that have purchased those weapons legally. You're setting up gunfights in the homes of Americans between Americans responding in the dead of night. When do you think ATF and the FBI comes to a house? In the dead of night. You're setting up gunfights between American citizens defending their homes from dark shadows, clearly armed, coming into our home, onto our porch, and through our door. You're setting up death. Americans killing Americans over some fantasy that you can define. What is a dangerous weapon in the hands of those Americans just living beyond their true right to exercise their own decisions about what type of firearm they legally purchase and own. It's insane what you're pushing. It's not going to end well. Once again, I clarify. Yeah, you have majority control, and you're most certainly exercising it, and you can push this bill through by party line vote. But Americans are not going to sit and allow, without responding. Man, people make decisions like that in the worst possible circumstances, again, in the dead of night. You're setting up some extreme stuff and you're 100% responsible for it. My colleagues in the Democratic Party, when those gunfights happen, that blood will be on your hands over this political charade of pretending to be able to identify weapons that you, from your ivory tower in D.C., you know better. I can define the weapons that Americans shouldn't have the right to own. It's already, we can't buy a tank or howitzer or caliber above 50. We carry light arms and we own them. We own them legally. And we intend to keep them. Ms. Okafor, thank you for being here today, man. Very contentious, this issue in America today, but it doesn't have to be. If anyone that would actually read the Constitution that they teach, they would know that this is a rabbit hole there's no escaping from. And ultimately it ends with an American citizen standing to defend his freedom. The only question is, can we have that debate reasonably through Article 1 in the legislative branch? Will we have reasonable regulatory effort out of Article 2 in our executive branch? Will it be argued in court, or will it be settled on the front porch of Americans when the FBI and the ATF shows up to seize legally owned weapons from a law-abiding American citizen? That's what you're setting up. I'm sorry, Ms. Okafor, my time has expired, but my passion has not in defense of the Second Amendment. Madam Chair, I yield.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Conley, is recognized for 5 minutes.
I thank the chair. And let me just say to my friend from Louisiana, I can match his passion with my own. And we will not be threatened with violence and bloodshed because we want reasonable gun control.
Is the gentleman pointing?
I will not yield. I will not yield.
I'm
not. My time, Madam Chairman. And I'd like the time restored. I'd like the time restored from the interruption. You just heard it. Another threat of violence.
Madam Chair, I'd like the word stricken.
Madam Chairman, it is my time.
Madam Chair, point of order, Madam Chair.
Can I put up? Can I put up?
Members will suspend. The gentleman has a point of order.
Madam Chair, the gentleman from Louisiana requested a retraction, and I do believe that Mr. Connolly said something that was not what Mr. Higgins said, and I don't feel that with our rules you're allowed to say things that are not true.
Okay. Mr. Conley, will you retract?
I don't know what it is I'm expected to retract. I heard
you pointed at me and said I was threatening you, brother.
If I can finish, Madam Chairman, if I can finish in response to your question, Madam Chair, what? I heard the gentleman from Louisiana say that blood would be on our hands if we attempted to pass legislation that could yield to his imagination, apparently, of ATF agents and FBI agents going to someone's front porch and taking away their weapons. And what I heard in that remark was an implied threat that people would resort to violence.
Respectfully, I accept the gentleman's tone. He's my friend and colleague. We disagree from time to time, sometimes passionately, but I accept the tone of your explanations.
I thank my friend.
I withdraw my request to have the word stricken, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The gentleman withdraws. The time is Mr. Conley's.
Thank you. And I thank my friend from Louisiana. He is a gentleman. I would ask my visual be put up. Use what they use. Yeah. Mr. Daniel, this is one of your ads. Use what they use, and it shows a military picture using a military weapon And it would seem to imply that you are encouraging people to purchase military weapons and, quote, use what they use. Is that your intent with this, that in fact people should buy military-style weapons and use them like the military uses them? Mr. Daniel?
Congressman, thank you for your question. This ad is an ad for a rail system that can be added to an AR-15. We sell products to the military. We market products to the military, and we market products to civilians based off of our military heritage, that we provide the best products that can be built, that can be bought, and we sell those products.
Thank you.
Those products to the military.
Mr. Bussey,
That shows our
excuse me, I've got limited time, Mr. Daniel, but thank you. Mr. Bussey, is that how you see that ad?
Thank you, Congressman. This ad is a common practice in the firearms industry to build up the sort of military credentials of a firearm so that, frankly, oftentimes more young men want to purchase the gun as if they are in or still in or wish to be in the military.
Would it be fair to say that just looking at the visual, this isn't what Mr. Akinfa has talked about, self-protection and protecting my home. This is, in fact, invoking a military image explicitly and inviting you to purchase the same kind of military-style weapon the military has. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. These kind of ads are very prevalent in the industry now, and it's changed much in the last 10 or 15 years to this style of advertising.
If we could put up visual number 2. Yeah. So this is extraordinary to me. What weapon is that, Mr. Bussey, that is being handed to a toddler?
That's a Daniel Defense AR-15 version.
So this is an ad by Daniel Defense handing an AR-15, and what it says is, train up a child in the way he should go, and when he is old, he will not depart from it. What are we to take from that message, Mr. Bussey?
I don't think that's the meaning of the original Proverbs verse, sir.
No. No, it's kind of a distortion of Scripture, maybe. Of course, I don't think they had A-15s when Scripture was written. Mr. Daniel, if a child uses one of those guns to shoot himself, under the law, is your company liable, or are you liable by law?
Ad about, this is not a question about safety, sir. This is a question about the purpose of this ad.
No, no, no. I'm asking you a different question right now because I got limited time. I'm asking you a legal question. Are you liable if a child shoots himself with one of those guns?
I don't know the answer to that, sir. I'll be happy to talk to my lawyers and get back to you.
I would suggest to you respectfully the answer is no, but all right. If a child uses one of those guns to shoot a friend or sibling, are you or your company liable?
Congressman, this child in this photo was not being taught to use a gun.
I'm not talking about that just yet. I'm asking a legal question about liability, and the answer again is no, because of the law, which protects people like you and your company. Ms. Sampson, I want to give you an opportunity to respond to the witness testimony from your companion at the table, who talked about AR-15s. You know, they're safer, they're easier, the recoils, and they protect us. They protect us, including, she invoked sexual assault. And I want to give you an opportunity, given your role. What do you think about that? AR-15s are the best way to go in terms of self-protection?
Thank you for that question, Congressman. There's actually been research done into the number of shots fired by individuals when they're facing a home invasion, for example. And in any case, most of the time, the answer is about 2 to 3 shots, if at all. So an AR-15 is totally unnecessary for something like personal self-defense. It is, on the other hand, very effective for inflicting mass casualties, as we saw at Uvalde, as we saw at Parkland, as we saw at Highland Park, and as we see over and over again in our country.
I thank you. My time has expired. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, for holding this very important hearing.
The time has expired. The gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Jordan, is recognized. Okay, Mr. Clyde. Mr. Clyde is recognized.
Thank you. Thank you for yielding, Mr. Jordan. Might I remind my friend, Mr. Conley, of Justice Scalia's words when he says, "It may be objected that if weapons that are most useful in military service, M16 rifles and the like, may be banned, then the Second Amendment right is completely detached from the prefatory clause. And the prefatory clause would be a well-regulated militia being necessary for the security of a free state. So it may well, and this is again Justice Scalia, it may well be true today that a militia, to be as effective as militias in the 18th century, would require sophisticated arms that are highly unusual in society at large. Indeed, it may be true that no amount of small arms could be useful against modern-day bombers and tanks. But the fact that modern developments have limited the degree of fit between the prefatory clause and the protected right cannot change our interpretation of the protected right."
Would my friend yield for a second?
No, I would not. I mean, do you understand what that statement says? That statement says that the Second Amendment protects weapons that are of primary use to a militia. And what is a militia? A militia is all able-bodied personnel that can be called up in defense of a free state. That is exactly what Justice Scalia says in the Heller decision. Now, I would ask Mr. Bussey, Busey, I think, you said that you have a lot of experience in the firearms industry. How is an AR-15 any different from any other semi-automatic rifle with a detachable magazine? Let's say like a Remington 7400, chambered in .223 or .556.
The AR-15 and the military version rifle on which it is based is designed specifically for offensive use in war, and the Remington rifle to which you refer is not designed for that. There are numerous design factors. I don't think we have enough time. I certainly don't have enough time on this clock to list all the features which denote that.
Okay, do they not both fire one round with a single pull of a trigger?
Yes, sir, they do.
Okay. Do they not fire the same caliber of round, .223 or 5.56 ammunition?
They both can be chambered in that caliber, yes, sir.
Okay, do they not both feed from a detachable box magazine?
Yes, sir, they do.
Okay, so basically what you see is looks. Just it looks different.
That's not true.
Between a Remington 7400 and an AR-15. It does exactly the same thing.
If that was the case, sir, I would expect that we would be soon arming our special forces with the Remington 7400. I'm not aware of any such demands.
Well, you know, our special forces, they don't use AR-15s, do they?
Some do, yes, sir.
They use M4s.
No, some use AR-15s.
And they have different things that attach to them, like optics and like laser designators and like flashlights and all sorts of other things.
Most of which are available to civilians as well, sir.
Absolutely, they are, okay? But the Remington 7400 does exactly the same thing with every pull of the trigger that an AR-15 does. So I disagree completely with your statement that the AR-15 is a weapon of war.
Sir, you must disagree with the folks in the military who request the AR-15 and the
Mr. Busey, this is not a discussion. Okay, thank you. Now I would ask Ms. Sampson. You said in your statement that though trace data from the dealers or distributors, trace data from manufacturers, through trace data from the manufacturers, or from ATF rather, manufacturers know which dealers or distributors routinely sell crime guns. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. You use this term crime gun. Can you define that term?
A crime gun is a gun where either the possession of the gun itself was a crime or the gun was used in a commission of a crime.
Say that again?
A crime gun was a gun in which either the possession of the gun itself was a crime or was used in the commission of a crime.
Okay, so do you have evidence to show that every trace gun is a crime gun, as you call it?
By definition, yes. And we've seen instances where manufacturers have continued to do business with dealers who have an inordinate per year. And the majority of dealers don't have a trace in a year, so if a manufacturer sees the same store continuing to sell crime guns, that should raise an alarm bell to that manufacturer.
But manufacturers primarily sell to distributors, right?
Manufacturers sell to distributors who sell to dealers. But
okay, so the manufacturer's never going to actually see the dealer sale, is he?
Yes, they will. They will understand which dealer the gun came from.
No, if they sell to a distributor, how would they know that?
Through the ATF.
But the ATF's not going to tell them what dealer.
The ATF has actually offered to do that, and manufacturers have refused, and I detail that in my written testimony.
All right.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Christian.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Aquifer, I have a social media post from your Facebook, Instagram account. The image says you posted it on June 16, 2020. Here we have the seal of the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosions. And next to it you said, quote, "We said what we said. Hashtag GOA, Gun Owners of America. Hashtag abolish the ATF." That's what your post says, correct?
Correct.
Then underneath this ATF seal, your post says, in big letters, defund, correct?
Correct.
Defund the ATF. So just to be clear, you say defund the ATF and then abolish the ATF. On July 4th in Highland Park, Illinois, just very close to my district in the Chicago suburbs, the shooter shot and killed 7 and injured 30 with an AR-style rifle, AR-15 style rifle. The shooter fled the scene, but despite this, he was identified and caught because ATF agents were able to quickly trace a weapon he left at the scene back to him using the ATF's National Tracing Center. Yet, ma'am, you want to abolish this agency. You want to abolish this National Tracing Center. That is an extreme and radical viewpoint. Unfortunately, some folks on the other side have introduced the extremist bill, quote, eliminate the ATF Act. I respectfully submit we should help keep our law enforcement intact. We should help keep our communities safe, and we should be investing in the ATF and law enforcement, not defunding and abolishing it, as you would suggest, ma'am. Mr. Daniel, I want to turn your attention to a tweet on your account. This tweet says, it's actually from March 2nd, depicting the Delta 5 Pro precision rifle. Your post reads, quote, rooftop ready, even at midnight. Then a smiley face emoji follows that statement. Mr. Daniel, this is what your tweet says, correct?
Yes, that's correct, sir.
And the tweet shows what appears to be a night vision gun scope trained on a parked car at street level. Mr. Daniel, this tweet is not depicting anyone hunting for wildlife, is it?
No, sir.
And it's not depicting anyone acting in self-defense against someone attacking them, correct?
That remains in the eye of the viewer, sir.
I don't see anyone attacking somebody here. Mr. Busey, can you verify that? Nobody appears to be attacking the person who's supposedly operating this AR-15 or this sniper rifle, correct?
Yes, sir. That appears to be an ad which in some way glorifies the idea of becoming a sniper with that rifle.
Mr. Daniel, this advertisement appears to depict premeditated violence or murder from a rooftop. As you know, the Highland Park shooter in Illinois rained down bullets from a rooftop. 8-year-old Cooper Roberts was paralyzed from the waist down when he was shot from a rooftop, Mr. Daniel. 2-year-old Aiden McCarthy was orphaned when both of his parents were murdered when they were shot from a rooftop. Sir, this tweet appears to suggest a planned murder and I would respectfully ask authorities and law enforcement to see whether this particular advertisement is even legal. Mr. Busey, according to various outlets, including the Daily Beast, the Sig Sauer Corporation is selling a new weapon called the MCX Spear Rifle. In fact, Mr. Busey, you were recently quoted saying, quote, "It'll shoot through almost all of the bulletproof vests that are worn by law enforcement in the country right now." You stand by that statement, correct, sir?
Sir, the stated purpose for sourcing that rifle was to defeat body armor on the field of war. So I'm not stating anything that the company advertisement and that the sourcing information did not state.
Mr. Daniel, I presume you don't want your weapons to be used to harm law enforcement. Will you commit that you will not sell a weapon that tears through bulletproof vests?
Congressman, we sell the very best products made for self-defense in the world.
So you're not answering the question. This is a yes or no question. Mr. Killoy, same to you. I presume you won't sell a weapon that tears through bulletproof vests, will you?
Congressman, with all due respect, the ability to pierce body armor typically relates to the ammunition, not the firearm.
And so you will not sell that ammunition either, will you?
Congressman, we do not sell ammunition. We sell firearms. We sell in a variety of calibers, but we do not currently sell ammunition.
Gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Florida, Mr. Donalds, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First and foremost, obviously in the committee room today, we have family members from Highland Park and from Uvalde. You know, for what you guys have had to go through, loss of your loved ones is a tragedy, obviously, for you, but for all of us, because nobody wants to see these heinous acts occur. Like, everybody is truly grieved by it. I think that for the families who are here, and for even the families who might be watching this hearing, you might be concerned about what happens here in Congress and not understanding why the tragedy that has been inflicted upon you is part of a debate or a part of a back and forth between members of Congress. And I think it's important for not just the families, but for the American people to understand that when these tragedies occur, we grieve with you, but we also have the responsibility for governing the nation. We do not have the ability, although sometimes in previous Congresses that ability has been taken, but in my view, we do not have the ability to just simply pass laws because of tragedy or because of heartache. When we pass laws, the appropriate way to conduct ourselves as a legislative body is to understand what has happened in our country, but then still having to apply the Constitution, still having to understand and apply the various elements of natural law, and still having to apply a consistent fabric that all Americans can live under and can honor and can respect. These tragedies are crippling to see, but in and of themselves, those tragedies do not change the Second Amendment to the United States. I had a conversation in the hallway with one of the survivors of the Highland Park shooting. And in our conversation, what was mentioned was, well, what about amending the Constitution? And I would add to any one of my colleagues that if they wanted to go through the political and legislative process of amending the Constitution, that is the way we set policy and law from a governing standpoint in the United States. And so I think it was important to kind of make that up, because we're going back and forth between ads and gun specifications. But for the people here in this hearing, it's important to understand why these deliberations are happening in front of you. And for the people who are watching on C-SPAN or wherever, understand why these deliberations occur. Because we just can't, in my view, just pass something and just do something for the sake of doing something. Because the history of Congress is replete with Congress doing something and often doing it wrong. and then ignoring that what they did wrong because you already got the ticker tape parade. Mr. Busey, quick question for you. You've referred several times in your testimony today that the weapons that we're talking about under a proposed assault weapons ban are quote-unquote weapons of war. And I'm paraphrasing your comments. Are these weapons, the ones that are sold, the ones that are manufactured by the companies here today and other companies that are not with us, are these the same weapons that are used by men and women of the United States military?
With very, very minor differences, yes, they are, and in some cases, they are superior to the guns that we are supplying to our soldiers.
Can you stipulate the differences between the guns that are used by members of our military versus what are sold by retailers?
That would be an awful long list, but I think what you're getting at is whether many of the guns supplied to the military have a selective fire switch, which means they can fire in 3-round bursts or fully auto versus semi-automatic.
So what our men and women in military have are 3-round bursts and fully automatic. Is that available for sale in retail in the United States of America to citizens?
Not generally, no, but there are many firearms instructors who now advocate that single fire, as in semi-auto fire, is more effective and more deadly than 3-round burst or fully auto.
Advocating versus what is actually allowed on a firearm, those are two different things. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Busey?
Excuse me, sir, I don't understand your question.
If your position is that semi-automatic firing is somehow better than fully automatic or 3-round bursts, those are different distinctions. Isn't that true?
I didn't make that designation, but there are many firearms instructors, including military firearms instructors, who now advocate for single shot as in semi-auto.
Ms. Okafor, the weapons that are used by the United States military, are they superior in frankly, stopping power and ability to repel forces in a military theater than what is sold on the open market today to Americans?
No, sir, I don't believe so.
I'm talking to Ms. Okafor, sorry.
Sorry.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
I'm a little over, but I thank the chair for her indulgence. The weapons that are sold by retailers today that are the subject of this day's hearing, are they similar in stopping power and effectiveness than what is used by members of the United States military, even though they have the same look?
An M16 or M4 or an AR-15 are different in the fact that you're able to have the bursts or 3-round bursts or the fully automatic option that's readily available to military versus having to have a Class 3 license that a civilian has to have and obtain in order to have a firearm with that capacity.
The gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Ms. Chair. Mr. Daniel, you said that the suffering of the children in Uvalde and other victims of the AR-15 was, quote, unfathomable to you. Does this mean that you do not understand the impact of AR-15s on human flesh and the human body?
Congressman, what I was referring to is the horrible situation that these people had to endure and
do we understand the impact on the human flesh of your product?
Yes, sir. Every firearm is capable of killing a human.
Okay, reclaiming my time. In his important testimony today, Mr. Bussey referenced the bloody violence that we experienced on January 6, 2021, something not mentioned by our colleagues who continue to think it was a tourist visit and are clearly soft on criminal insurrection and soft on criminal violence against our police officers. Americans killing Americans, that's a good description of what's taking place with gun violence today. But on January 6, we experienced the worst domestic insurrection against our government since the Civil War. More than 150 officers were wounded and injured, and several people were left dead in the rampage. The rioters shut down the counting of electoral votes and drove the House and the Senate out of our chambers. And although there was a huge arsenal of pistols, rifles, AR-15s, and other firearms brought to the area by the insurrectionists on January 6th, the email and text traffic of the extremist groups reveals that many of them decided to temporarily leave their firearms in specific sites outside of D.C. because of the district's stringent gun laws until they thought the firearms would be necessary. Now, amazingly, in the wake of this savage insurrectionary attack against our government, the NRA and its followers in Congress continue to propound the idea that the Constitution, specifically the Second Amendment, gives people a right to violently attack and overthrow the government of the United States. This so-called insurrectionary theory of the Second Amendment maintains that its purpose is to allow citizens to wage armed resistance if they think the government is being unfair or unjust. The reading is absurd and flies in the face of the plain text of the Constitution, which in at least 7 different places that I count clearly forbids and punishes armed resistance against the U.S. government. A few examples. The Republican Guarantee Clause, Article 4, Section 4, provides the U.S. shall guarantee to every state in this union a Republican form of government and shall protect each of them against invasion and against domestic violence. This was written in the Constitution specifically in response to Shays' rebellion and armed resistance to the government, which the founders strongly condemned. The Treason Clause, Article 3, Section 3, Clause 1, states, treason against the United States shall consist only in levying war against them or in adhering to their enemies. What is violent insurrection against the government if not levying war against the United States? Section 3 of the 14th Amendment says, anyone is sworn an oath under the Constitution to defend it and support it, but betrays it by engaging in insurrection shall never be allowed to hold federal or state office again. And one more example, Article 1, Section 8, Clause 15 says, Congress shall have the power to provide for calling forth the militia to execute the laws of the Union, suppress insurrections, and repel invasions. Now, do our colleagues really believe that the Constitution explicitly and repeatedly gives the government the power to suppress violent insurrections, but the Second Amendment in invisible ink gives the people the right to engage in violent insurrections? This is absurd and outlandish. And when I've pointed it out, the only substantive response I've gotten from my colleagues is a quotation from Patrick Henry, an anti-federalist who strongly opposed the Constitution precisely because he thought it gave the government way too much power and the people not enough to rebel against the government. And when I pointed this out, my friend Mr. Roy of Texas, who's by far the most articulate and able defender of this doctrine, concedes that I'm right about the Constitution, but shifts over to talk about the Declaration of Independence, which I cheerfully concede is a revolutionary document, and which explained why, after a long train of abuses and usurpations by the Crown and Parliament, we needed to dissolve the political bands of union with England. But that's the whole point. We are governed by the Constitution, which is positive law, and nowhere does it grant a right of insurrection. It opposes it at every turn. As a matter not of constitutional law, but natural law, people can decide to overthrow their government, but you do that on your own time, at your own risk. The Constitution does not give you the right to destroy the Constitution and the government. And another way to understand this point is to think about nonviolent civil disobedience. Even nonviolent civil disobedience is not protected by our Constitution. Dr. King and SNCC, those people went to jail because they believed in civil rights and were willing to pay the cost. They never claimed that the Constitution gives people the right to break the law, much less take up arms against the government. So the facts are very clear. The Second Amendment does not give you the right to engage in insurrection. They should stop saying that. And Justice Scalia was extremely clear in the Heller decision that the Second Amendment does not give an unlimited right to carry whatever guns you want, wherever you want. I yield back to you, Madam Chair.
Gentleman's time the gentleman is over time. I now recognize the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Jordan. You are recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll tell you what we believe. We believe the right to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed, period. Particularly arms, as the United States Supreme Court has said, particularly arms that are in common use. Ms. Okafor, are handguns in common use?
They are, Congressman.
How about AR-15s? Are they in common use in the country today?
Yes,
Millions of people have them.
24.6 million.
Are firearms used in self-defense, Ms. Okafor?
Yes, 1.6 million every year.
Unfortunately, it's probably more and more common in light of the Democrats' ridiculous policies of defunding the police, and no cash bail, not prosecuting criminals when they do crimes, letting people who attack a United States congressman running for governor, letting him out on bail in the state of New York. That probably, unfortunately, leads to the idea that people need guns to protect themselves, their family, their property, right?
Right. It's a human right, again, guaranteed by the Constitution.
Are AR-15s used in self-defense?
Yes, I actually described them in my testimony.
And you train women to protect themselves and it's something you know about firsthand. So you actually are out there working with women across the country. You're helping train them so they're ready if some person wants to attack them, why they need a firearm to protect themselves. Is that right?
Absolutely, yes.
And AR-15s are used to defend others from criminals, right? That's part of your training, what you're helping people understand.
Yes.
Mr. Daniels, is it fairly common that AR-15s, your product, are used to protect innocent people from criminal attackers?
Yes, sir. As Mr. Okafor stated, millions of times, hundreds of thousands, or up to millions of times a year, firearms are used for self-defense.
Including the one you make, right?
Including AR-15.
And that's becoming more and more popular with people when they're thinking about defending themselves, their family, and their property to use the firearm you manufacture. Is that right?
That's correct, sir.
The Democrats beef, we should just cut to the chase here. The Democrats beefs with the Second Amendment. They don't like the Second Amendment. They want to get rid of the Second Amendment, but they can't because in the Constitution, the American people like the fact that we have the right to keep and bear arms to protect ourselves, our family, our property. They like that fact, and it's a cumbersome process to amend and change the Constitution. So they can't do that. They're going to say, so we're going to ban certain type of weapons. We're going to call them assault weapons. We're going to try to ban them. Or they're going to come after gun manufacturers and try to sue them. Piece of legislation that unfortunately passed out of the Judiciary Committee last week. That's their course of action because their beef is with the Second Amendment. They can't change that, so they're going to go around it. And they go after gun manufacturers with this bill sponsored by our colleague, Democrat colleague, to allow gun manufacturers to be sued for the actions of heinous, evil people who use firearms in the wrong way and in a destructive way. Isn't that right, Ms. Okafor?
That's correct, and I would like to say, and that's why I've said vocally, and GOA concurs, that abolishing the ATF is precisely that, because it's unconstitutional, but especially the fact of the matter is that they use that as a bureaucratic way to go around an elected body to be able to put restrictions on firearms, and so that is why the ATF should not exist.
Their beef with the Second Amendment, though, is not limited to going after gun manufacturers and allowing them to be sued. It's not limited to banning certain weapons that they want to define as assault weapons or whatever else they want to try to ban. It's not limited to their ridiculous red flag concept, bribing states to do red. It's also what they did through the bureaucracy, through Treasury with Operation Choke Point, where they tried to choke off the financing of gun manufacturers as a way to get at the Second Amendment because they know they can't do it, they can't change it via the Constitution like you're supposed to if you're going to try to do that. Is that accurate, Ms. Okafor?
That is correct.
All right, Madam Chair, this is, look, I hope this effort goes nowhere. It looks like, at least if you can believe the press today, looks like the Democrats aren't going to bring up the assault weapons ban on the floor this week. That's a win for liberty. That's a win for the Second Amendment. Not going to bring up looks like they're not going to bring up the bill that Mr. Schiff is sponsoring, which would allow gun manufacturers to be sued in a ridiculous way. So those are hopefully some wins for the American people and a win for the Constitution. With that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from California, Mr. Kahana, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Daniel, I just have some factual questions. In 2005, what was Daniel Defense's total sales revenue that came from the sale of assault weapons?
I don't know, sir. We gave that information to the committee. I just don't know that off the top of my head.
Do you have a sense of about what % it was, the revenue from assault weapons?
No, sir.
Do you know what percentage of Daniel Defense's sales revenues and profits came from assault weapons in 2020?
Sir, would you describe an assault weapon as I'm trying to answer your
Well,
question?
the assault weapon is the term the industry actually created the term, which means semi-automatic weapons based on military designs and features. It's a term that actually the industry coined in 1980. Based on that, do you have a sense of what the sales revenue and profits were in 2020?
Sir, I disagree with your characterization of the type of firearm. Assault weapons are fully automatic weapons used in war, and the weapons we sell to
Okay,
consumers.
in the way I'm defining it, do you have a sense of how much the sales revenue was?
Sir, we are a rifle company that sells semi-automatic rifles, so most of our business is in semi-automatic rifles.
And
Is
how
that
much,
the question?
the AR-15s, what percentage of your revenue comes from that?
I don't know exactly, sir.
What approximately?
Most of our, we sell semi-automatic rifles and bolt-action rifles.
How do you not know that? I mean, is it 10%? Is it 20%? Is it 50%? I mean, certainly you would know how much basically revenue you're making of something.
Are you asking about the revenue or a percentage of revenue?
The percentage of revenue of AR-15s, how much is it? It's a factual question. You could say about 10%, about 50%, about 90%.
I would say probably 80% of our sales.
80% comes from that. And about in 2005, do you know about how much revenue was from AR-15s or similar type rifles?
No, sir, I don't have that information.
All right, would you guess it was about 10%, 20%, 50%?
2005, sir, we didn't sell AR-15s in 2005.
Right. Or any similar weapons, you didn't, right? That's because there was the assault weapons ban. And I just want to be clear, you're saying 80% of your revenue now comes from AR-15s. And in 2005, I'd like you to submit to this committee year by year a statistic of how much money you're making of AR-15s or assault weapons, or if you don't agree with my definition of semi-automatic weapons like AR-15s that have military designs and features, which was the industry definition. But I'd like you to submit that to this committee from 2005 onwards. I'm a bit perplexed that you don't know how much revenue you're making out of the sales of these weapons. I mean, 80% is a lot, and I'm surprised you don't know how it's tracked. I mean, I think your shareholders may be surprised by that. Mr. Killoy.
Will the gentleman yield? Will the gentleman yield?
No, not right now. I mean, is it for a question?
Yes, for a question.
Let me just finish this on my time.
No, I have a question for you. You just asked
Well, is my time being counted?
This is the gentleman's time.
I'm happy after my time is expired to entertain a question. I don't want my time to be interrupted. Mr. Killoy, in response to Sturm Rogers, more than 2/3 of your shareholders have called on your company to produce a human rights assessment of the products you manufacture. When, Mr. Killoy, will this report be complete?
Congressman, actually, less than 50% of our shareholders actually voted for that proposal. However, it did pass at our most recent annual meeting. We plan to consider that in due course at the next upcoming board meeting. However, I would remind the committee that was an advisory
Let
vote.
me just say this. Do you currently track crimes committed by the products that you sell?
No, sir, we do not.
Would you commit to tracking that as part of this report, a human rights assessment that you're now required to do?
Congressman, respectfully, that's not our job. We're not law enforcement. We don't have the resources, training, or capability to do anything other than monitor
the
news
board wants you to do a human rights assessment of the products you manufacture. I would assume that the first thing you would want to know is how many people were injured or killed based on those products to do that assessment. And you're saying you wouldn't do that?
Sir, it's actually a shareholder vote. The board, of which I am one of 9 members, we will consider that and consider how we go forward on doing that. But frankly, we don't violate human rights. And to say we do is just not correct.
Well, I'm just saying what your
shareholders.
shareholders
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Keller, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairwoman, and Ranking Member Comer, and our witnesses for being here today. The Second Amendment protects Americans' constitutional right to keep and bear arms. And as a gun owner myself, I have immense respect for the responsibility that comes with owning and operating a firearm. Ms. Okafor, as an instructor, can you please explain to us or walk us through some of the best practices you teach regarding firearm storage and safety?
Of course, depending on what type of firearm, but in general, overall, when it comes to storage, it's usually based on what is best, of course, for that person in their home. Also, if they're going to be taking it on their person outside of the home or keeping it in their home. But usually it's, of course, to keep it in a safe place, a place that is readily accessible to them. and those who are able to use it safely, and in storage to make sure that it's something that isn't in plain sight to anybody who's not able to use a firearm in a safe manner.
Basically, the responsibility that comes with the right of owning a firearm.
Absolutely. It comes down at the end of the day to the individual, the family members, to make sure that those who are in the home are able to properly use a firearm in a safe manner. I am a mother of 2 children, and when they're of age, as early as they can, I'm going to make sure that they know how to properly use and store a firearm. That's the responsibility of any firearm instructor and owner.
Thank you. There were almost 40 million background checks performed last year, yet some criminals seem to still go under the radar. What rules and regulations are in place for those who lawfully possess and use firearms?
The rules and regulations go from safety, of course, of making sure that they know the 4 safety rules of making sure they know their target and what's behind it. They know that any firearm should be seen as loaded. There's several different safety measures that any instructor is going to impart upon their person that they're working with. When it comes down to it, though, it comes down to their home and their environment and what's best for their environment to make sure, again, that they're able to defend themselves in their home in a quick manner.
Do you think stricter laws on firearm manufacturers would actually curb violent crime?
No, I mean, right now we already have strict laws on gun manufacturers. The fact that, again, the ATF has already rules of an FFL, for example. The fact that, again, the typical person, it's very, very expensive to even acquire any type of fully automatic firearm to begin with, because of the Hughes Amendment and the 1986 amendment that kept it very, very hard for most people of any type of lower to middle class socioeconomic status to be able to achieve to have a firearm in that sense. When it comes down to it, most people can't afford most AR-15s because of the prices that are behind it. So when it comes down to it, ATF and the FFL laws that go with the ATF have put many restrictions already on gun manufacturers as it is.
It was already mentioned about you know, the estimation of how many guns are used in self-defense. You know, it's a CDC ordered a study, and it estimated, you know, 500,000 to 3 million times a year in self-defense. So how would additional rules and regulations impact Americans' ability to protect themselves, especially women and people in communities of high crime?
These additional gun restrictions have already shown to restrict those, particularly those of a lower socioeconomic status. I know we were referring to this buy now, pay later. The thing is that really what it's going down to is that you're making it harder, you're putting a financial barrier on those who only quote unquote crime is that they unfortunately don't have the means of paying for something which is their fundamental right to exercise is with the Second Amendment. So that's unfortunately what we're seeing when we see these gun restrictions. We're seeing it really keep people who should be able to protect themselves and their families from being able to do so because of financial barriers.
Yeah, thank you. It's time for Democrats to stop villainizing law-abiding citizens for exercising their constitutionally protected rights and instead focus on enforcing current law by supporting law enforcement and full prosecution of violent individuals and criminals. As President Reagan once said, we must reject the idea that every time a law is broken, society is guilty rather than the lawbreaker. It's time to restore the American precept that each individual is accountable for his actions. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentlewoman from California, Ms. Porter, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Other industries take seriously their responsibility to manufacture products that protect consumers. With firearms, this responsibility is a matter of life and death. One study found that nearly 40% of accidental gun deaths could be prevented with technology that prevents non-authorized users from firing guns. And these ideas are not new. This study was published nearly 20 years ago. Yet technology like fingerprint scanners or bracelets with radio frequency identifiers are nowhere near the standard for firearms. Mr. Killoy, how many of your firearms come equipped with fingerprint scanning mechanisms?
Congresswoman, none of them currently come equipped with such a device.
None. Mr. Daniel, how about Daniel Defense? How many of your weapons come equipped with fingerprint identity scanners?
Congresswoman, we do not sell any type of firearm this way. Our customers have not asked for such.
Okay, so that's a no. This is my cell phone. Mr. Killoy, it scans my fingerprint each time I go to unlock it. Is this a weapon?
No, ma'am.
Can this fire bullets that shred people's vital organs? This phone?
No, Congresswoman, it can't.
Then why should this device require more steps to operate than your company's firearms, which have been used in accidental shootings, mass shootings, and homicides?
Congresswoman, respectfully, your cell phone doesn't generate internal pressures of upwards of 60,000 pounds per square inch. The operating system of a firearm is extremely dynamic, extreme high pressures, lots of moving pieces, and first and foremost, a firearm, especially one used for self-defense, needs to function reliably.
Okay,
As,
respectfully,
Mr.
reclaiming my time, these fingerprint scanners are offered in some firearms. Some manufacturers sell this, and they work. Your company and Mr. Daniel's company chooses not to. Let me demonstrate again how long this takes. It's instant. It's instant when I pick up my phone. Certain safety features, other safety features like chamber-loaded indicators or magazine disconnects are required for any gun sold in my home state of California. A magazine disconnect prevents a gun from firing if the magazine is not attached. My kids' Nerf guns have this safety feature. This decades-old safety feature prevents guns from shooting bullets that remain in the chamber after a magazine has been removed. Mr. Killoy, do all Ruger rifles that have magazines come equipped with magazine disconnects?
Congresswoman, magazine disconnects typically are a feature offered on a handgun, a pistol in particular.
Do all your
And in
handguns or
fact,
pistols have magazine disconnects, sir?
Some do and some do not.
Okay, so some do and some do not. Mr. Ruger, do your guns have magazine disconnects? Sorry, Mr. Daniel, do your handguns have magazine disconnects?
Ma'am, we don't sell handguns.
And your large capacity guns do not have that feature either?
Our rifles do not have that feature, no ma'am.
Magazine disconnects are also not new. These features come standard in every gun that is sold in my home state, and those features prevent accidental deaths. In 2020, 149 children died in incidents when the person did not intend to fire the gun. Mr. Killoy, Mr. Daniel, kids are dying because you refuse to implement these safety technologies like fingerprint scanners and magazine disconnects. And these technologies were studied and developed decades ago. Mr. Killoy, will your company commit to adding fingerprint scanners to every firearm Ruger manufactures?
No, Congresswoman, we will not.
Mr. Daniel, same question. Will your company commit to adding fingerprint scanners to every Daniel Defense firearm?
Congresswoman, our guns fire when there's a bullet in the chamber, and it doesn't fire when there's not a bullet in the chamber. A gun should be kept, and if it does not want to be fired, if the owner does not want to fire it, they should not keep around in the chamber.
But the question is, will you commit to adding fingerprint scanners as a safety technology to every Daniel Defense firearm? Yes or no?
No, ma'am, our customers are not interested in that.
Mr. Killoy, will your company commit to adding magazine disconnects to every magazine-loaded Ruger firearm?
Congresswoman, we have in many of our pistols, our semi-automatic pistols, we offer that as a feature. And if our customers choose to buy one of our firearms that has a magazine safety disconnect, they can. Other times they choose not to have that particular feature.
The gentlelady's time has expired. The gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Biggs, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This hearing is yet another transparent attempt to malign law-abiding Americans and American companies. My Democrat colleagues correctly note that there's been an increase in violent crime in this country over the past 3 years, but incorrectly claim that firearm manufacturers are contributing to or fueling violent crime. The laws of supply and demand apply to the firearms market in the same way that they apply to other markets. Firearm manufacturers are responding to demand from the American people who are experiencing dramatic increases in homicides and aggravated assaults in their communities. Americans who are seeking to protect themselves and their families, a right recognized in this country by our Second Amendment. Democrats in Congress continue to infringe on this right and to shame law-abiding companies who ensure that Americans have the means to protect themselves. I thank each of you for your testimony today. Ms. Okafor, thank you for the work that you do to promote safe and responsible firearm ownership. I appreciate your discussion of the relative merits of the AR platform. I discussed in the judiciary markup last week on this topic, which is interesting because these the chairs of this committee, of these two committees, are running against each other. So we have competing. We just do the same hearings back and forth. But I mentioned that my wife actually prefers the AR-15 because it is easier to handle. It's more stable for her, and in a case of defense and the need for stability and be able to respond under a stressful situation, she'd be more comfortable with an AR-15. The features of the AR-15 make it an incredibly viable weapon for defense. In your written testimony, Ms. Okafor, you discussed some of the recent trends in new firearm ownership. And before I ask you to discuss those with us, I'll tell you that I talked to multiple gun dealers, retailers in my district who tell me that the #1 new owner trend in my district are women who are Democrats, which I find interesting. Ms. Okafor, can you discuss the trends with us, please?
Absolutely. What I discussed earlier is that the fastest growing demographic of gun owners are African American women. And we've also seen, like as you said, with the fact that a lot of African American women tend to be a part of the Democratic Party. So it's honestly nothing to do with politics when it comes down to transcending politics, because this is a human right. There's nothing to do with you being a Republican or a Democrat or a Libertarian. It has to do with the fact that you understand your right to defend yourself, and you want to be able to do so. So many people in America are doing just that.
And you kind of discussed it, but what are you hearing is the rationale for these new demographics who are coming out and buying guns?
Particularly for women in general, what I've found many times, particularly other mothers, saying that they know that at the end of the day that it comes down to them to defend themselves, to defend their children, particularly during the pandemic when unfortunately there were in many instances where people weren't sure if they were going to have a police officer, police department get to them in time because of what was going on. So many people, including what was going on during that chaotic 2 years, found it necessary to then purchase a firearm, particularly for self-defense.
Mr. Daniel, Mr. Smith, what's your understanding about the motivations of Americans who are purchasing a firearm for the first time? Mr. Daniel, you first.
Mr. Congressman, I believe that people are buying, new gun owners who have never owned a gun before are buying firearms by the millions because they're afraid. They're afraid because of the violence they see in the riots. They're afraid because of criminals are not being prosecuted, and they're afraid because of the rise in crime that they see. And they are making a life decision to change from being a non-gun owner to a gun owner. And I suspect, sir, that they will also be making the decision, a life-changing decision in the way they vote.
Thank you. Mr. Smith?
Congressman, I agree with what we've heard from Ms. Okafor and Mr. Daniel. We are seeing a much greater increase of people purchasing firearms, particularly their first firearm, for the purchase of defending their homes and their person. Again, we saw that increase from the beginning of 2020 on as it related to things going on in our communities and our society, the COVID pandemic, defund the police movement and civil unrest, as well as the fact that we were entering an election cycle where the Second Amendment was on the ballot, and a lot of people felt that that was also a critical factor in a decision to purchase a firearm.
Thank you. Madam Chair, before you take my time away, I do have an article I would like to submit into the record.
So ordered.
Thank you.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Tlaib, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much. Mr. Bussey, why are Americans afraid?
I think that's a complex question. They're afraid for many reasons. We've had much societal turmoil in the last 5.5, 6 years for sure.
Yeah, well, let's get to this. You know, gun manufacturers have sought to boost their sales by promoting their ties to the military and law enforcement. Smith & Wesson referred to this as, quote, halo effect. In 2016 earnings call with their investors, the CEO at the time said, I quote, it certainly gives your product a lot of credibility if it's used, adopted, and well regarded by that professional community because the consumer does pay attention to that. You know, Ms. Sampson, could you explain what the so-called halo effect, you know, how it is and how deceptive it is?
Yes, thank you for the question. The halo effect is basically when the company, Smith & Wesson in this case, puts itself under the proverbial halo of the military because they are so esteemed in society and basically says, if you want to have the firepower that they have, you should get our weapon. And in the case of Smith & Wesson, it was especially absurd for them to do that because they don't actually supply the military at all.
Yeah. You know, Mr. Daniel, the committee obtained advertisement by your company uses, you know, to sell your weapons, which include images of individuals in fully geared military tactical gear, body armor, and your rifles. Are those as advertisements intended to increase sales to armed forces or law enforcement, yes or no? Yes or no?
Yes is the answer.
Oh, yes. No, you know, the answer is no. These weapons are intended to be sold to civilians. So the advertisement inherently wouldn't target anyone other than civilians, just like the killer in Uvalde. Another one of the gun manufacturers this committee has also investigated was Sing Sauer, often employs these tactics as well. And I'd like to put one of their ads on the screen, if I may. Do you all see this? This is an ad for Sing Sauer's MCX assault rifle. It depicts troops in combat zone with modified assault weapons, including one with a grenade launcher. The text of the ad emphasizes the rifle's, quote, modularity, or makes it, quote, ready for every possible mission, in a not so subtle reference to their military style and use. These are not pictures and themes that suggest that the assault rifle is used to be used for hunting or sport shooting. So, Mr. Bussey, how is this kind of imagery and rhetoric dangerous when the primary advertising target is civilians with little, if any, military firearms training?
Well, these are very serious weapons, and it's a very common practice now in the firearms industry. Did not used to be, but it is a very common firearms industry marketing practice now to market to or using special operators or trained military officers or military weaponry, but focus the marketing at consumers because that's where the larger and profitable marketing segment is.
You know, Sing Sauer sold the AR-15 style rifle used by the mass shooter to kill 49 people in Pulse nightclub in Orlando, Florida. In 2016, 3 of those weapons were used by shooter in Las Vegas, Nevada. In 2017, to kill 60 people. The company recently, literally, are selling the version of its new rifle that they have contracted out, their M14 or whatever, for the U.S. Army. They're selling the same configuration that is near match to what American soldiers will be soon be using in battle. We shouldn't be surprised when young men purchase these weapons to be more like soldiers in the picture. And we shouldn't be surprised when they try to act like them either. These dangerous ads must stop. Yet they're breeding domestic extremists and putting communities of color, communities that are incredibly vulnerable, especially like children in our schools and minority groups, at grave risk. And so it's incredibly important that we call this out what it is. They are targeting folks to do what they to basically target the most vulnerable by selling it that way. This imagery is not towards soldiers, to the lay people, civilians. They're advertising it in a way, again, that depicts it to endanger people's lives. And so it's incredibly, again, important that we understand this is intentional. The halo effect is real and is profit-driven, and lives are lost because, again, they don't care who dies. They care how many guns they're selling to people. And the more people they can show that you can be like law enforcement and soldiers that have been trained in military battle, then they're going to be able to, again, expose us to more death and more violence. With that, I yield, Madam Chair.
The gentlelady has yielded. I recognize the gentleman from South Carolina. Mr. Norman, you are recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, I think I've heard it all. I've heard my good friends, Democrat friends, asking why people feel unsafe. It's because of the dismantling of the police departments that they feel unsafe. I hear my good friends on the other aisle tell manufacturers how to build a gun when I don't think they've ever had any experience building a gun. I think I've heard my friends on the other aisle talking about concern for civilians. What in the world? Where is the concern on the 300 per day use that are dying from fentanyl because it's coming across the border unfettered because of this administration's lack of will to stop an invasion at the border? Where are the hearings about the supply shortage that people can't unload a plane? We put a man on the moon, but we cannot unload a ship. You know, what about the 154 cities that have been torn up with no repercussions from those who did it? I mean, the list goes on and on. And, you know, I keep hearing gun violence, gun violence. I was talking to my good friend, Mr. Clyde, and we both agreed that we've all had a lot of guns. I have, he has. He has far more than me. I've never had a gun get violent with me. Never in my life have I had a gun get violent with me, but I have seen where people use guns for the wrong reasons, just like the Ford that went through the Christmas parade that ran over people. It's by deranged people. It's by mentally unstable people. And it's insane, some of the things that my Democrat colleagues want to do. Make the gun manufacturers liable. You know, it's unbelievable that you'd make the Ford makers of automobiles liable for every wreck, or those who get drunk on Jack Daniels, make them liable. I mean, make the Jack Daniels company liable. It doesn't make sense, but that's just usual with what's going on today in this country, and particularly with this administration. Mr. Smith, President Biden has said that gun manufacturers are completely immune from liability of any kind. Is this a correct statement?
Congressman, I'm curious, you directed that to me, Chris Killoy from Ruger?
Yes, sir. You can take it. Take the question.
Yeah. All right. Yes, sir. You know, we are not immune from prosecution. If we make a defective product, you know, certainly we are subject to normal product liability like everyone else. You know, the Protection of Lawful Commerce in Arms Act, which is typically what we're talking about here, really codifies existing common law. If you know, and the average time to crime that the ATF has recently reported is over 7 years from when a firearm is first legally sold. On average, if that gun is recovered in a crime and used in a crime, 7 years time to crime. And again, to try to hold a firearms manufacturer liable for that crime or that criminal activity just does not make sense, does not comport with our jurisprudence in this country. And I respectfully would suggest that that's not the right way to approach this problem.
Okay, and I heard my Democrat friends asking about what kind of profit are you making? What kind of, you know, what is your company making as far as dollars earned every year? Has any municipality ever returned the tax dollars that support our public education? Has any of the money that your company pays to support our first responders ever been returned? Has any of the municipalities returned the money that goes for law enforcement?
No, Congressman, it is not.
So they take your tax money, yet we've got my Democrat colleagues who are basically trying to say that you're making obscene profits. You compete with other gun companies, don't you? You don't have a monopoly, do you?
No, sir. We're one of right now about 17,000 federally licensed firearms manufacturers licenses that have been granted.
So that you compete on the open market. It's called capitalism. And it's what so many of my Democrat colleagues, they're professional politicians, but they've never been in the free market. They have never experienced making money or losing money. And for politicians to tell you how to build a gun, I think I've heard it all. But it's the most ludicrous, insane question that I can even think of. But I want to thank you for appearing today. Thank you for answering the questions, and for each of you, we're not going to let we're going to try not to let them strip the Second Amendment. We're going to fight as much as we can to stop that. Thank you so much. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentlelady from Ohio, Ms. Brown, is now recognized for questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for hosting this very pressing and relevant hearing. For years, gun manufacturers—
You need a mic. You need a mic.
Thank you. For years, gun manufacturers have operated with little to no oversight and have been shielded from accountability by NRA-backed members of Congress and a conservative Supreme Court. Their irresponsible advertising and sales practices have flooded communities like mine with weapons of war, resulting in loss of life and generational trauma. This history mirrors the unchecked greed of pharmaceutical companies who are only now facing the consequences of the harm caused by their own irresponsible advertising and the role they've played in the opioid crisis. It is far past time for gun manufacturers to face some accountability. So, in an effort to maximize the use of my time, Mr. Daniels, I'll be asking you a series of yes or no questions. So, Mr. Daniel, are you familiar with the ongoing opioid crisis and the role that irresponsible advertising played in getting millions of Americans, including many Ohioans, addicted to drugs?
I'm somewhat familiar with an opioid issue, a problem, but I'm not real familiar with the advertising. What is the advertising?
I would encourage you to then look into the well-documented reports about these advertising practices and familiarize yourself with the guilty plea of Purdue Pharma, which has been filed and resulted in billions of dollars of fines that they have been directed to pay as a result of their dangerous advertising. You will see an ad. Mr. Daniel, I have a photo of some promotional items Purdue Pharma once distributed to promote the purchase and consumption of OxyContin displayed. As an American, do you have any concerns with the marketing of OxyContin in a way that could have been viewed as trivializing the addiction and deaths that occur from it? Yes or no, please.
I'm not familiar with this advertising, and I'm not sure what they're trying to do here.
Well, let me help you. These irresponsible advertisements are not exclusive to the pharmaceutical industry. Your companies have also continued to make irresponsible advertisements for these dangerous weapons. Mr. Daniel, do you understand that firearms your company produces, markets, and sells are deadly and dangerous weapons? Yes or no?
Congresswoman, we make the best firearms for self-defense.
Yes or
in the
no?
world. They have to be dangerous to be good for
Yes or no? Let me help you. To be clear, the U.S. law does consider a firearm to be a deadly weapon. So let me ask you another question. Do you believe it is appropriate to market guns in such a manner, and you should see an ad that your company produced, when gun deaths are now the leading cause of child deaths in the country, and a teenager used one of your weapons to kill 19 children just a month ago?
Ma'am, you've said a lot. What was the question there?
Do you believe it is appropriate to market guns in such a manner, as your advertising has done, when gun deaths are now the leading cause of child deaths in the country, and a teenager used one of your weapons to kill 19 children just a month ago? It's a yes or no question.
This advertisement you're showing is a safety advertisement.
Is it appropriate? It's a yes or no question.
This is an appropriate ad for safety, teaching
To advertise, it's a yes or no. Is that a yes?
This advertisement
Reclaiming
is about
my
safety.
time. Mr. Bousse, you're familiar with the marketing practices of gun manufacturers. Can you speak to why this kind of advertising is dangerous and which groups this advertising is often directed at?
I can testify to the fact that advertising practices in the firearms industry have changed radically in the last 10 or 15 years, and I am very concerned about the degree to which there is now irresponsible advertising encouraging or marketing to irresponsible activities.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I represent a community that is facing a gun violence epidemic. Just like during the opioid crisis, irresponsible companies are pumping vast amounts of dangerous product into our communities without a care for the lives that have been lost or the inherent lethality of their products. History is repeating itself, and gun manufacturers are playing fast and loose with their advertising. If they do not take responsibility for the weapons of war they are selling to the public, Congress will gladly step in and do so for them. And with that, Madam Chair, I yield back the remainder of my time.
The gentlelady yields back, and the gentlelady from South Carolina, Ms. Mace, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I want to thank everyone who was here today, particularly for the families who have experienced enormous grief in their lives. Thank you for having the courage to show up on the Hill today for what is, I'm sure, a very difficult day for each and every one of you. I hail from South Carolina's 1st Congressional District, and unfortunately, we are no stranger to gun violence or mass shootings. 7 years ago this summer, we had Mother Emanuel, where a white supremacist bought a gun he should not have legally been able to buy, went down to Charleston, South Carolina in the 1st Congressional District and murdered 9 black church members at Mother Emanuel. Just a few months ago, on April 26th, there was another shooting in a parking lot next door to a Little League baseball game where over 30 shots were fired, and the video showing the terrified children crawling off the baseball field and their parents in fear in Pepper Hill in North Charleston. And we've seen these spikes in crime, spikes in shootings, but it's not just crime with firearms, it's crime, it's women who've been raped. Rapes are up, assaults are up, aggravated assaults are up, mental health issues are up in this country over the last 2 years. Political crime is up. We saw someone who showed up on the steps of a Supreme Court justice, basically, armed and dangerous and ready to kill. And I've seen political crime in my own neighborhood. I had someone come up to my house and spray paint it. I've had my car keyed. I've had my life threatened. Someone threatened to hang me 2 weeks ago. And so we're seeing an increase in violence all across the country, regardless of political spectrum. But right now, this hearing today, there's shouting into the microphones. There's vilifying of gun manufacturers. There's debate on, a particular bill we might vote on this week that we're not going to be able to vote on right now because it's not progressive enough. But what we're talking about today isn't getting at the heart or the root of the problem. And we're going to have this hearing. It's going to be theater. It's going to be a performance today for the cameras that are here. And we're not going to solve the problem of violent crime or violent crimes with firearms. And we've got folks on this committee that want to defund the police. Well, the reason Democrats can't have a vote on banning certain types of firearms this week because there's other legislation out there that doesn't go far enough that funds police, doesn't defund them. And we can't have a real conversation about what's getting at the root of the problem. We had Highland Park devastatingly a few weeks ago where 7 people were killed. Well, just last weekend, just a few days ago in the city of Chicago, 65 people were shot, 5 people were killed. And this is every single weekend in the city of Chicago where they have gun control measures and they're not working. And this is a very emotional subject. It's personal to me. It means a lot in my district. And we've got to get to the root of the problem. And many things that we could be talking about today. The active shooter alert that we passed out of the House a few weeks ago, one step in the right direction. But what I've learned in my research trying to figure out gun crimes in this country is most of the legislation that we are tackling at the federal and state level will not address the issue whatsoever. Ms. Sampson, I have a few questions, and Ms. Okafor, I have a few questions with the little bit of time that I have left. Ms. Sampson, my first question for you today is, does a gun commit a crime?
Individuals with guns commit crimes.
Thank you. Is there any other industry in the country where we punish the manufacturer of a product that's made legally, purchased legally, that might then be later used to break the law? Do we do that? Do we punish manufacturers of alcohol or cars or knives for crimes that may be committed with those products later?
So the distinction there, thank you for that question, because there's been a conflation. We're not trying to hold manufacturers accountable for other people's activities. We're trying to hold manufacturers accountable for their activities and fueling the market. And when it comes to that, we do that. So the example.
Okay, I'm going to reclaim my time just real quick because I have a couple more questions. But thank you. And I would argue that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are making it more about that than the other. So recently we passed legislation up here that would ban certain firearms under the age of 21. Did you know that Dylan Roof, who killed the mother of Emanuel 9, he was 21 at the age when he bought his gun. He was also 21 when he committed that crime. Ms. Sampson, do you know the percentage of folks across the country who are picked up with firearms illegally? Do you know what percentage are maybe charged with a crime and or convicted?
I do not.
Okay. It's hard to get that data. In fact, in the state of South Carolina, when we had this vote on this bill a couple of weeks ago, I learned that the vast majority of crimes committed with guns in the state of South Carolina, and I'm sure states are different, but the vast majority are going to be the same, over 3,000 last year alone, but the vast majority of crimes with guns are committed by people over the age of 21. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. The gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Wasserman Schultz, is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to talk about how gun manufacturers market weapons of war to young people today. In 2012, the editor of Junior Shooters magazine wrote, and I quote, "Each person who is introduced to the shooting sports and has a positive experience is another vote in favor of keeping our American heritage and freedom alive," unquote. He continued, quote, they may not be old enough to vote now, but they will be in the future." My first question is Mr. Daniel. Mr. Daniel, do you agree that getting young people interested in firearm ownership is positive for the industry's long-term profits and viability? Yes or no?
Congresswoman, we actually started a foundation to help train young children to learn how to use firearm safety.
Reclaiming my time. My question is, do you agree that getting young people interested in firearm ownership is positive for the industry's long-term profits and viability? Yes or no?
Congresswoman, gun safety is important to our company.
I wasn't asking, reclaiming my time, I'm not asking about gun safety. I'm asking about whether or not you agree that getting young people interested in firearm ownership is positive for the industry's long-term profits or viability. Can you please answer my exact question? Yes or no?
Yes, parents buy guns for their children all the time.
Yep. I ask because gun manufacturers employ various strategies to zero in on young people. And this marketing and mainstreaming of weapons of war in children's hands shows up in shocking and disturbing places. In the world's tourist mecca of Orlando, Florida, and even in my own community of Miami, firing weapons of war is marketed as a fun tourist attraction, even to visitors as young as 10 to 13 years old, as we can see from this promotional package from the Lock and Load Miami machine gun experience, as you can see right here. Mr. Daniel, you have included children in your advertisements and social media market, correct?
Congresswoman, if you're referring to the ad that was just shown.
I'm asking you if you included children in your advertisements and social media marketing, yes or no?
Yes, but we're not marketing to the children.
It's a simple question. You have included children in your social media market. I'm reclaiming my time. In fact, you post images of pop stars like Post Malone posing with a machine gun, and hashtags like hashtag gun porn and hashtag pew pew. Yes or no?
Ma'am, the gun that Post Malone was
okay, did you or did you not, reclaiming my time, excuse me, sir, I'm reclaiming my time. Did you post, Mr. Daniel, I'm trying to ask you a question. Did you post a social media post with Post Malone posing with a machine gun and the hashtags gun porn and pew pew? Yes or no? Did you do that?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am, we did not.
I can produce the social media post if you'd like.
That's fine if you'd like to, but the gun was not a machine gun. It was a semi-automatic firearm.
We're splitting hairs. We're splitting hairs. Clearly, Clearly, the gentleman is acknowledging that they posted something and we're splitting hairs over whether you called the weapon a machine gun. This strategy basically turns killing machines into social media thirst traps for young people who will see these weapons as sexy, hip, and alluring. The gentleman acknowledged that they have children in their social media. They had a social media star that is appealing to children, post with a machine gun, and hashtags gun porn and pew pew. I mean, it really boggles the mind. Mr. Daniel, are you even remotely worried that these youth-focused marketing tactics appeal to impulsive teens who we've recognized can't even be trusted to buy cigarettes or a beer when they are under 21? Are you worried about that at all?
Congresswoman, we are focused on teaching young people to use guns responsibly and safely.
Okay, reclaiming my time. The social media and marketing that you do to children is not remotely focused on safety, nor is it trying to do anything other than having guns be more appealing to children. And just as I lose my time, Ms. Sampson, have there been any studies that correlate how the marketing tactics used by Mr. Daniel and other companies are related to incidents of gun violence among kids and adolescents?
Yes, and they're in my written testimony.
I'm sorry?
Yes, and they're in my written testimony. But basically it has to do with the fact that young people are susceptible, especially susceptible to messages from advertisers. And so when you tell children that these guns will give them more adrenaline, or you use first-person shooter games to promote firearms, things of that nature, it draws in young people who are more vulnerable and maybe not able to sort out reality from fiction.
The gentlelady's time has expired.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the opportunity. I yield back.
Okay, I just want to remind members that the chair has been even-handed while allowing members on both sides of the aisle latitude with respect to their 5 minutes today, and would ask that recognized members not be interrupted except by the chair. So now, Mr. Fallon, you are now recognized from Texas.
Thank you, Madam Chair, witnesses and colleagues. I appreciate the opportunity to examine a critical industry that helps protect the freedom of American citizens every day. Ms. Aquifer, I just wanted to say it's great to see you again. Denton County strong. Good to see you.
Good to see you too.
It seems strange to me that this committee has decided to bring in some of the largest firearm manufacturers in the country, but not the Attorney General, who is actually in charge of enforcing our gun laws and who conducts oversight on the ATF, the FBI, and other pertinent agencies, or why this committee hasn't brought in city and state attorneys who are refusing to uphold the law in a lot of these democratic areas. And why on earth aren't we discussing the scourge of violent crime in those same democratically controlled areas? Fact of the matter is that more gun laws and restrictive gun laws do not lessen crime. And I have to restate the last thing I said in our previous Second Amendment infringement hearing, that if you look at countries, for instance, like El Salvador, Jamaica, Venezuela, Honduras, that have some of the most restrictive gun laws in the world, they're also the most dangerous countries in the world with the highest homicide and violent crime rates. But let's not, it shouldn't escape our notice that democratically controlled cities in our country with the most restrictive gun laws in our nation have actually higher murder rates than those aforementioned countries. St. Louis has a higher murder rate than El Salvador, and so does Baltimore. And it's actually safer to visit and live in Venezuela than it is to live and visit Detroit, Michigan. 50 years ago, there were 180 million guns in this country, and the murder rate was 9.6 per 100,000. And just before COVID, there were almost 400 million guns in this country, and the murder rate was 6 per 100,000. Again, more gun laws doesn't equal less crime. Mr. Busey, I got a quick question for you. You're a gun owner, and you were a firearms executive for decades, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you own, let's say, 5 guns, personally?
Yes, I own 5.
Do you own more than 10?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so fair to say that you know a lot about different types of guns.
I know some about some types of guns.
All right, civilian AR-15, is that a fully automatic weapon?
No, sir.
Okay. And then there are several states that have so-called assault weapons bans. Is that correct?
There are some, yes, sir.
And are they uniform? Are they exactly the same, or are they different, each state?
I'm not an expert on each state law. Don't know.
So you don't know if they're exactly the same cookie cutter?
I don't.
Okay. They're not, and I think it's because maybe, just maybe, we can't even seem to define what an assault weapon is, and that is a vague term and left up for interpretation. And Mr. Busey, you also are on record, if I'm not mistaken, please correct me, that you're calling guns weapons of war. I just heard one of my colleagues say it as well.
I'm not sure your question there, sir.
All right. Have you called firearms weapons of war?
I have not called all firearms weapons of war, no.
You have called some weapons of war?
Yes, some firearms are weapons of war, yes, sir.
So when you were a firearms executive, did you market the Browning 1911?
I marketed and sold 1911-style pistols, yes, sir.
So 1911s were the firearm of the United States military from World War I to Vietnam, about over 50 years?
They were the defensive handgun of choice for most military operations,
They
yes,
were a weapon of war. See, what I find offensive by that term is, and my colleague just said it as well, is I own an AR-15, and it's not a weapon of war, and I don't want to hurt anybody. It is a defensive weapon. It is a tool to allow me to protect my property, but far more importantly, my family, my children, and my wife. And I'm glad I'm not giving it up no matter what. And some of these laws that we're talking about, whether they're grandfathered or not, are going to make good law-abiding citizens criminals. And by definition, criminals don't follow the laws anyway. That's why I own one. So we have a bill, and from our colleague from Rhode Island, Mr. Cicilline. It's H.R. 1808. It's an assault weapons ban, which it makes it a crime to import, sell, manufacture, or possess semi-automatic weapons. To put plainly, this is an outright ban on all semi-automatic weapons. And this bill is political theater, and it's a complete farce. The American people don't support it. I'm sure there's many Democrats across the country and rank and file that don't support it. And it's an actual joke, and it's a disservice to our Constitution. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Vermont, Mr. Welsh, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Madam Chair, Vermont is a rural state, and we've had a tradition of responsible gun use. But things have changed. Things have changed deeply in Vermont. The day after the Parkland shootings, we came within an eyelash of having a mass shooting at a school in Fairhaven, Vermont, where a young man who had purchased weapons bragged that he was going to have a higher body count than anyone else before him. And it was only because of the extraordinary work of our local and state police and our school officials that that was stopped. In the night after that incident, where the near death of those kids almost came about, there was a school meeting. And as good a job as our police had done and our school folks had done, parents were expressing some anger and concern. And what it was, it is the apprehension that every parent has in this country now that the security that they had when they put their child on the bus or left their child off at the schoolhouse, that they would come home safe. That's been shattered. And it's not just a one-off incident in Parkland, but we're seeing it time after time. And it's the AR-15 that is the weapon of choice. And by the way, that weapon of choice, it's not accidental. 18-year-olds can buy that and they can't buy a beer. It's a weapon of choice because of the marketing. Be a man. Get this. On the road to manhunt. This is the way you can show how big a person you are. It is marketing this to vulnerable people who have wild expectations of what it means to be a man. So, Mr. Bossy, how much marketing do you do? I mean, is this worth it?
Maybe could you restate the question, sir? Are you asking how much marketing?
How much marketing are you doing?
I'm no longer in the firearms industry, sir, so I'm not doing any marketing.
Mr. Daniel.
Yes, sir. Repeat the question, please.
How much marketing are you doing?
We're marketing very much like we have been for the past 15 years.
Well, you know, I'm interrupting. I apologize. But the marketing that is being done is much like Joe Camel, where the cigarette companies were marketing cancer and disguising it as how to be a man, how to be a big shot. I mean, is it worth it? Do you have any thoughts about what your weapons are being used to do that is kill children? Do you have any expectation that people should look to you to address this?
Thank you for your question, sir. I believe we should address this. I think the way to address it is just as you said, local law enforcement working with the schools and working at a local level to figure out how to stop murder.
So you're saying, but you're saying there's no gun manufacturers. I mean, I listen to Mr. Gun manufacturers don't have anything to do with it, just like cigarette manufacturers had nothing to do with people dying of cancer because it was a voluntary choice. But let me ask you about Mr. Fallon's line of question. He needs AR-15s to protect his family, and obviously he means that. But don't we need a society where we can expect our law enforcement folks to be reliable enforcers, or is it every man, woman, and child for himself and herself, and each one of us needs an AR-15 to settle our disputes and defend ourselves against insults?
Congressman, as I understand it, many of your constituents are over an hour away from the police. Yes, the police are very important, and they are our first responders. But until they get there, sir, the American citizen is the first responder.
Right. So what you have is a culture that you support to arm everybody so they can defend themselves while they're waiting for the police. So our civic society, our civil society depends on everybody being armed and having a more powerful, longer range weapon than their neighbor.
I believe that the American citizens have the right and the responsibility to take their firearms that they've bought for self-defense and defend themselves and their family. Right. Until the police arrive. Yes, sir.
And you're glad to manufacture those and sell them. I yield back.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Kentucky, the distinguished ranking member, Mr. Comer, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Okafor, you are a certified firearms instructor who specializes in training women. You've stated that already. What would you say to people who want to restrict the purchase and use of guns like AR-15s?
I would say for all this talk about manhood, et cetera, again, that the stats show that of the 8 million new gun owners that we had just in the last couple years, almost half of them are women. So we're talking about women here. We're talking about women who are also AR-15 gun owners as well. And because I've seen in my experience as an instructor and as a woman as well, that it is far easier to hold and use a AR-15 without having to worry about the recoil that comes with having a smaller handheld firearm. So it's been able to absorb a lot of that impact, and it's been therefore something that a lot of my female students are happy to have.
In your opinion, would gun control policies to prevent the sale or possession of AR-15 rifles impact everyone equally, or are there some groups who would be more impacted than others?
As we found in history over and over again, whether it's legitimately because they're trying to put forth laws that are explicitly against, for example, African Americans. We can look at history from slave codes to black codes that restricted African Americans from even having a firearm to, in just the last couple of decades even, or rather the last century rather, from the Civil Rights era, Jim Crow laws, that we found that whether it's explicitly African Americans or explicitly minority groups or explicitly those who are unable to afford a firearm and the restrictions that come with it, that it primarily impacts those communities that are the most vulnerable and defenseless for a number of reasons and need some type of firearm but are unable to because of the financial restrictions and training barriers that come with gun restrictions.
Thank you very much. Madam Chair, I yield the balance of my time to Representative Clyde.
Thank you, Ranking Member. We are here today because Democrats on this committee are bound and determined to politicize the horrible, tragic events that occurred in Uvalde, Texas. Immediately following the shooting, Democrats demanded information on the, quote, manufacture, marketing, and sale of deadly weapons used in mass shootings, end quote. Since this request on May 26 by Democrats, all of the companies which these letters were sent have been very responsive to the chair's requests, and as I understand, producing over 3,500 pages of documents. So we're here today because Democrats want to somehow blame gun manufacturers for violent crime. While Democrats did not see fit to drag auto manufacturers before this committee to blame the Waukesha Christmas Parade massacre, citing car violence or SU vehicle violence for the murder of 6 people and the injury of 62 others in a violent criminal act, Democrats have coined the term gun violence and determined that guns, which are inanimate objects and unable to commit any crime or act of violence, should be banned. I take issue with that term, as I have never known a gun to be violent. I've known people to be violent, but never an inanimate object like a firearm. I have owned thousands of firearms in my lifetime and have never met, owned, or handled a violent gun. People are the origin of violence, and they use all sorts of tools to perpetuate their violence. We should be holding the criminals accountable. Firearms are simply tools and can be used for good or evil by the person behind the tool. But Democrats want to blame the existence of the Second Amendment, which the Founding Fathers enshrined in the Constitution because they understood the first step toward tyranny is disarming the citizenry. They want to blame the Second Amendment for all the violence that occurs in this country. Let me be clear, gun manufacturers do not cause violence, and the Second Amendment is not to blame for violence in this country. Criminals are the ones who engage in violence and who commit crime. I've been a federal firearms licensee for 30 years. And I realized early on that every firearms business, whether a manufacturer, an importer, or a dealer, is a true constitutional business. Because without them, most citizens would not be able to exercise their Second Amendment rights, which have been so vital in achieving and maintaining our freedoms for now 246 years. I believe a good motto for our nation's firearms industry would be, we enable individual participation in the preservation of liberty. And that, as we know, is what the Second Amendment does. It helps preserve our liberty because it allows individuals to defend themselves against unlawful aggression, whether it is defending against someone committing a crime or against the government bent on tyranny and eliminating our liberty. Since federal firearms licensees are constitutional businesses, it makes it even more imperative that the government use every tool at our disposal to protect these types of businesses so they can continue to serve law-abiding and free citizens. Governments are instituted among men, as our Declaration of Independence says, that to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed. Thank you, and I yield back.
Okay, the gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Davis, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and I also want to thank all of our witnesses and especially the families who have come who've been impacted negatively by gun violence. Gun manufacturers would have us to believe that they are helpless to stop mass shootings. They want us to forget the assault rifles that are designed to kill people quickly and efficiently. And with the right parts, including high-capacity magazines, these weapons can shoot hundreds of rounds in a matter of seconds. One of the gun makers here with us today famously came up with the very idea of banning high-capacity magazines more than 20 years ago. In the lead up to the 1994 assault weapons ban, William Ruger, a founder of Sturm, Ruger reportedly told Tom Brokaw in an interview that, and I quote, "No honest man needs more than 10 rounds in any gun." Mr. Ruger then lobbied every member of Congress to put in place, and I quote again, "a simple, complete, and unequivocal ban on large capacity magazines." But after he retired, the company took a turn. Mr. Ruger began to lobby against restrictions on large capacity magazines and now sells them for profit. Mr. Killoy, does your company currently make guns that accept magazines with more than 10 rounds?
Yes, Congressman, we do.
Mr. Daniel, same question to you.
Sir.
I'm
Yes, sir.
sorry. Mr. Daniel?
Yes.
Thank you. Mass shooters have used legally purchased high-capacity magazines in some of the worst killings this country or any country has seen. The shooter in the Las Vegas massacre was able to fire 100 rounds in 10 seconds because he used a high-capacity magazine. The Uvalde shooter carried more ammunition into Robb Elementary School than a United States soldier carries into combat. 10 states and the District of Columbia have banned high-capacity magazines, but they're not illegal everywhere. And these dangerous accessories have spread to all areas of the country. Ms. Sampson, why is banning high-capacity magazines at the federal level necessary?
Thank you for the question. It's important to ban high-capacity magazines at the federal level because we are a country that's connected. States don't exist in an island, and we often hear people, for example, raise the city of Chicago as an example as to why laws don't work. But Chicago exists within Illinois, which exists in the United States. And it's an example of where guns have come from the state of Indiana, for example. And so even if we have a high-capacity magazine in one state, that doesn't mean that individuals in that state who want to do harm can't go to another state and get around it. So we need federal solutions because we are a nation of states that are united.
And so there's no way to really get at the issue and deal with the problem effectively unless we have a national ban, unless there is unity across the country that these weapons of mass destruction really ought not to be available to regular, everyday, ordinary people to do what with? Nothing but kill. I mean, it's amazing that an individual can walk around with a weapon that you can fire off 30 rounds in 30 seconds, 100 rounds, before you even know what's happening. So let me thank all of our witnesses for their answers. The solution is really simple. We must ban these weapons of war and get them off our streets. I thank you, Madam Chairman, and yield back the balance.
Gentleman yields back, and the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Grossman, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Well, I'd like you to thank you for having the hearing, but the topic always irritates me. First of all, I'm old enough to remember when I was a child, all they did was talk about pistols. It was all about handguns. We don't worry about long guns. You know, whatever, 98% of the murders in the country or whatever are committed by handguns, and we don't care about long guns. Now, if long guns are in the news, it's we don't care about handguns, we only care about law guns, which shows what I think we're really trying to get at. People do not want American citizens to have guns. They want it to be law-abiding. They want to restrict it to the type of citizens who don't obey the law and the government, which I find a little bit offensive. I also find it offensive is that one more time we're talking about a pathology in this country, and we do not address the structure of the family. And I think like so many other things, there are areas in society where you have almost no murders and areas where you have a lot of murders, and I think they largely correspond with areas in which we have weak families and strong families. And one more time I'm attending hearing here, I get the same thing in the Education Committee. We just ignore this big elephant in the room the structure of the family. But I'd like to yield the remainder of my time to Mr. Clyde.
Thank you to my colleague from Wisconsin. Mr. Daniel, I want to ask you a couple questions here and reiterate something that's been mentioned already. President Biden made the claim that gun manufacturers are, quote, the only industry in America that is exempt from being sued by the public, the only one. Madam Chair, I would like to ask a unanimous consent to submit this article published by AP News on February 9th, 2022, that says, despite Biden's claim, gun makers can indeed be sued.
Without objection.
Thank you. Isn't it true that your company still remains liable under the law for any potential design or manufacturing defect that lead to injury or property damage or breach of contract or warranty of a product or facilitating a known transfer to a prohibited person? Is this not all laid out in the Protection of Lawful Commerce in Arms Act enacted in 2005? Can you still be sued by the public for any of these kind of breaches?
Yes, sir, we can.
So, thank you. I just want everyone to know that the firearms industry is not exempt from being sued by the public for a myriad of things. Now, Mr. Daniel, does Daniel Defense sell AR-15 rifles to police departments, to sheriff's offices, and to other law enforcement agencies?
Yes, sir, about 30, average about 30 agencies a month.
30 agencies a month. That's pretty impressive. Do you have any idea of how many of your company's firearms are in the hands of law enforcement, protecting and defending the peace so that our citizens can live in freedom?
No, sir, I don't have that off the top of my head.
I would imagine that at 30 agencies a month, that's probably a lot, though, would you not think?
Yes, sir.
So why do law enforcement agencies choose to use Daniel Defense firearms?
Sir, we build we are very dedicated to building the very best firearms in the world, and the products that we build are dependable, and we take good care of our customers and treat them the way we want to be treated. And we think these are the reasons why people choose our products.
Thank you. As someone who has obviously had tremendous experience in the firearms industry and seen the highs and lows of sales, would you agree that the firearms industry is very sensitive to government overregulation or the fear of increased government restriction on a constitutional right?
Yes, sir.
So tell me what happens to sales when additional restrictions are a potential on the horizon. Do they go up or down, or do they stay about the same?
Our sales fluctuate wildly based off of the politics and the conversations about firearms bans.
Okay, does that also happen when crime and uncertainty is on the rise? Do sales increase?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so when the Democrats who have carried the mantle and promoted the idea of defunding the police, and Democrat cities around the country started to cut their budgets, cut the budgets of their police departments to fall in line with the defunding of the police narrative, people have feared for their safety, and so firearms dealers saw an increase in sales. Would you agree?
Yes, sir. Unprecedented in the last 2 years of new firearms owners buying firearms that had never owned them before.
Thank you. I would submit that people are voicing their opinions with their pocketbooks, and I think that's a very, very strong opinion across the nation. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentlewoman from Massachusetts, Ms. Presley, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairwoman Maloney, for convening today's hearing. Now, while the gun industry rakes in hundreds of millions of dollars, choosing profit over people, selling weapons of war to anyone who wants them, impacting communities across the country who are forced to deal with the consequences of their greed. Bloodshed, pain, the trauma of a loved one being seriously injured or killed due to gun violence. Certainly communities disproportionately impacted Black, Brown, AAPI, the LGBTQ community, from Buffalo to Orlando to El Paso and Atlanta. This, of course, is both a devastating and expected result when companies employ marketing tactics that spread white supremacy and embolden far-right extremist groups. For example, Shortly after the 2017 white supremacist march and attack in Charlottesville, Virginia, the National Shooting Sports Foundation promoted an advertisement encouraging people to buy assault weapons to use against unnamed protesters, unarmed protesters. Mr. Boussy, you referenced this advertisement in your remarks. Can you please explain why advertisements like these are dangerous?
Thank you for the question. And to clarify, that is not a National Shooting Sports Foundation ad. That is an advertisement from an AR-15 company that was displayed at the National Shooting Sports Foundation SHOT Show in 2018. That is an ad, in my opinion, that is encouraging and celebrating the idea that civil unrest and attacking protesters is a potential business model of profit for firearms companies, and I believe that to be a very distressing and irresponsible path of advertising.
Thank you. And although the slide has moved, we could bring it back for a moment. It's hard to see, but they also named Boston, a city that I represent, right in the upper left-hand corner there. Recently, my community has experienced firsthand the far-right white supremacist organization Patriot Front in action. They have held multiple demonstrations of intimidation and fear in Boston to spread their racist bigotry and attack folks on the street. Let me be clear, as Congresswoman for the Massachusetts 7th, I am going to do everything in my power to keep my constituents safe and stand up against white supremacy whenever and wherever it shows up. This should also be a baseline commitment of the NSSF, but instead the organization promoted this malicious advertisement. Mr. Daniel, as a board member of NSSF, will you use your position to stop them from allowing ads like this one, naming Boston and promoting assault weapons, yes or no? Mr. Daniel?
Ma'am, this was not an NSSF ad.
Will you use your position as a board member in any way to stop these sort of advertisements promoting assault weapons, yes or no then?
I don't understand the question.
Okay, that's okay. Mr. Kaloy, same question to you since you are also on the board. Will you commit to ending the practice of allowing harmful ads like this at events, yes or no?
Congresswoman, respectfully, the NSSF does not advertise firearms for any of its member companies. They host a trade show annually in January, and that's where I believe that ad was seen by a company who may have been displaying there.
I'll reclaim my time because I think the point still remains. As long as gun manufacturers have immunity to sell their weapons of war using harmful marketing tactics, Black and brown communities will continue to be targeted, and that has got to change. In the face of white supremacy, my neighbors and I are undeterred in the pursuit of healing and the true justice, and we will not let gun makers incite violence against us with impunity. And I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Mr. Flood, a new member of our committee from Nebraska, welcome. You are now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you all for your testimony today. I want to turn the attention to exactly why we have seen a rise in gun sales in America. According to FBI statistics, specifically those related to lawful purchases of handguns and other types of guns through background checks, nationally 75% has been the increase that we've seen from 2019 to 2020. In Nebraska, we've seen a 78% increase in background checks related to gun purchases just in my home state. National research has also shown roughly 70% of gun owners are citing personal protection as their major reason for purchasing a firearm. Unfortunately, over the last 2 years, violent crime across America has dramatically increased. That crime wave has affected my district. In Lincoln, Nebraska, for example, violent crime is increasing and citizens are concerned. Ms. Okafor, I appreciate your prior testimony today where you called yourself an accidental activist. I know you train gun owners on proper etiquette. I'm really interested in knowing from those who you work with, particularly women, what reasons do they cite for purchasing a gun, and what does having ownership of a gun do for them personally, and is it related to what we've seen as an increase in violent crime?
Studies have shown nationally that for women, the #1 reason they buy a firearm is for self-defense. And in my time, my personal time with my female students, most of them are, like me, survivors of crime. They are survivors of domestic violence, survivors of sexual assault, etc. So they essentially come to me because they want to make sure they're never a victim again. And that's why they want to be able to learn how to use a firearm and use it safely.
Some would have you believe that banning AR-15s is going to make America a safer place. Talk about what your students are saying about using the AR-15, and what is their opinion as to whether or not, if you can testify to this, a ban would do.
Well, it really comes down practically of what an AR-15 does, particularly a rifle, for a woman especially, or those who have any type of physical disability. They give you the upper hand in that situation, in the fact that most people, probably a criminal, might have a handgun, but if you're working with an assailant that has multiple assailants in that situation, then an AR-15 is necessary, obviously, as a way to have the upper hand in that situation, particularly for a female. Like I said before in my testimony about AR-15s, you're able to mitigate the recoil much better than you would with a handgun. And so that's why a lot of people prefer to have that upper hand by having an AR-15.
Was it your prior testimony today that of all the weapons that your female students have sampled, that the AR-15 was routinely one of their most, favorite?
Yes, that's what I routinely get, is that other women tend to already have this preconceived idea what an AR-15 is or what an AR is, and because of a lot of advertising and rhetoric saying that they shouldn't have a firearm of that capacity, that they think it'd be something that they wouldn't enjoy until they actually shoot one, and they realize it's actually a benefit to them, and it's easier for them to hold and to actually enjoy shooting, so they can train and defend themselves if they ever have to use that in an unfortunate circumstance.
We don't have much time left, but could you just briefly speak to the peace of mind that owning a weapon like this would give to one of those female students that you have instructed with firearms?
Yeah, the peace of mind is, I believe, similar to anybody, but again, particularly in America. I know there's been a lot of talk about weapons of war, et cetera, and the difference, as if the Constitution is not explicit in that we have a right to keep and bear arms, and that includes all arms. Yes, even quote-unquote weapons of war. At the end of the day, it's to make sure that we have the ability to defend against an oppressive, tyrannical government, and there is no restriction, particularly with the Second Amendment, that says that there's a distinction between a civilian and someone in the military. So it comes down to an individual's right to defend themselves and to figure out what is best for them to defend themselves in that situation, and that's it.
Thank you for your testimony. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Sarbanes, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before I proceed to my line of question, I just wanted to clarify, Ms. Sampson, can you, again, just for the record, clarify whether gun manufacturers enjoy legal immunity?
Thank you. Gun manufacturers do not necessarily enjoy complete immunity, but what they do have is an unnecessary level of protection from PLACA that makes it much more difficult for victims of their misconduct to hold them accountable in court. And what that means is that for most other industries, if an individual is harmed by their misconduct, they can file a claim, and then in a court of law, they can decide whether or not that claim has merit. With PLACA, what gun manufacturers are able to do is get in front of the courthouse doors and say, you have to get over a hurdle before you can even get to the merits. And that's not asking for anything that would be especially punishing to gun manufacturers. All we're asking is that gun manufacturers would be held to the same standards as everyone else. And that's especially important because they don't even face consumer oversight.
So they receive special treatment when it comes to the way manufacturers generally have to face legal liability for their products. Thank you for that. Let me get to why I think they might have some special treatment here. We know that it's been very hard to get legislation passed in Congress that would address gun violence. We finally last month were able to achieve some bipartisan legislation to help stem the tide of gun violence in our country. The reason it's been so difficult is because for decades, there's been this powerful grasp of special interests, which has stymied progress on even the most common sense gun reforms. I'm going to put some numbers out here. According to lobbying data, gun rights groups spent a staggering $190 million, nearly $200 million on lobbying between 1998 and 2022. According to public records, the NRA itself spent $5.3 million on lobbying from 2021 to 2022, while the National Shooting Sports Foundation, a lobbying organization representing gun makers, distributors, and retailers, and by the way, upon whose board of governors Mr. Daniel sits, spent over $1 million on federal lobbying just in the first 3 months of 2022. We also know that in 2015 and 2016, Ruger gave the NRA over $12 million in cash payments, which is a staggering sum. And these sums of money have their effect. They have a very pernicious effect on our democracy. Mr. Bussey, you are a gun owner and a former firearms executive. Do you agree that the views of the NRA as an organization where they put their lobbying dollars, not necessarily every rank and file member of the NRA, because they're very responsible gun owners among that group, but the NRA as an organization, their views do not represent the views of the majority of Americans, including the majority of responsible gun owners like yourself. Would you agree with that?
Yes, sir, I certainly agree with that.
Thank you. 60% of gun owners actually support raising the age for Americans to purchase AR-15s from 18 to 21. The NRA clearly doesn't speak for the majority of Americans. They don't even speak for a majority of ordinary gun owners. Ever since the Supreme Court's devastating decision in Citizens United, groups like the NRA have been ever more empowered to drown out the voices and the votes of everyday Americans by funneling dark money into our political process. In 2016 alone, the NRA spent upwards of $54 million on independent expenditures to candidates and parties, nearly double the amount it spent during the 2014 midterm elections, and more than double the expenditures during the 2012 election cycle. Much of this amount, $34 million, was routed through the NRA's Institute for Legislative Action, the organization's lobbying arm, which is not subject to donor disclosure laws. These funds were used to support the election of pro-gun politicians and systematically block legislative action to crack down on gun trafficking and straw purchasing, or strengthening background checks and enacting red flag laws. Now, fortunately, these reforms were enacted as part of the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act last month. But even now, the grip of the gun lobby and the dark money that funds its efforts continues to threaten the progress of further efforts to address America's gun violence epidemic. If we are able to comprehensively address this crisis, it will depend on getting dark money out of our political system and make democracy responsive to everyday Americans. Those are the steps we must take to address these insidious factors of big money, special interest, and these particular industries like the gun lobby. With that, I yield back my
Gentleman
time.
yields back.
Madam
The
Chair,
gentleman from Ohio.
Madam Chair, I request unanimous consent to waive on Representative Buddy Carter from Georgia for today's hearing.
Without objection. Now, the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Gibbs, is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, I'm really amazed how the other side of the aisle keeps going after the gun manufacturers and the guns, like the guns have brains. It just amazes me. I look what happens in Chicago every weekend around our cities where we have murders and shootings, and that it's. Ms. Okar, would you concur that the people that are committing these crimes in Chicago and elsewhere are criminals. They're illegal guns ownership. Is that the typical? Is that why some of your people that you've trained want to get arms to defend themselves because they're fearful of that, or those type of people? That's the shootings in Chicago and elsewhere.
The women that I train tend to be fearful of anybody, regardless of where they live, where they're going to do a criminal act towards them.
But the people that they're fearful of are the people that are committing the crimes or have ownership illegally of firearms, and that's kind of typical of, as I broad brush it. That's kind of typical, right?
Yeah, so whether it's illegal or legally, the fact of the matter is that they're doing something illegal.
So the real answer here is let's prosecute these people and lock them up. And, I know it was, unfortunately for our colleague from New York, Lee Zeldin, it wasn't a firearm when he was assaulted last Friday, but he was assaulted with a deadly weapon. And what did the state of New York do? They released that person. Unfortunately, the federal government arrested that person, but they released that person. What kind of message does that send? There's ways to do violence, not just with guns. But I don't know why we take so much time talking about guns when we got an element out here we're not addressing the criminal activity and prosecuting those people. That just sends the wrong message, and to go after law-abiding citizens that want to defend themselves under the Second Amendment, it's just really incredibly that we're not focused on that, Madam Chair, what's really going on in this country. When you send a message to criminals out there that, hey, don't worry, we're going to let you go and you're not going to get prosecuted, and that just sends the wrong message. And so we really need to deal with that and not attack our Second Amendment rights. I yield the rest of my time to Representative Clyde.
Thank you. Thank you very much to my colleague. Mr. Busey, in your statement you said that guns pretty much are at the center of radicalized domestic terrorists. Is that right?
I made a statement similar to that, yes, sir.
Okay, and then you also said in my last month as an industry executive, I snapped photos like this and with a photo. It's a tactical advertisement over the entrance of the SHOT Show that weirdly combines Revolutionary War soldiers, a modern AR-15, and the promise of daily gunfights as a business proposition. And then on January 6, 2021, less than a year after I took this photo, these exact components coalesced into a violent mob just a few hundred yards from here. Were there any AR-15s taken into the Capitol by rioters on January the 6th?
Yes, I believe there is documentation of AR-15s in the mob. Not sure where they were location-wise.
In the Capitol?
Not to my knowledge, but I've not seen
in the Capitol. That is correct.
Not to my knowledge.
Were any guns taken into the Capitol, to your knowledge?
Do not know the answer to that.
I think the answer to that would be no, there weren't. So I don't really understand how you say these exact components, when you talk about firearms, coalesced into a violent mob just a few hundred yards from here. I don't really, can't quite understand how you get there in talking about firearms and January 6th, where there were no firearms whatsoever in the Capitol, taken into the Capitol by rioters. Now for Ruger. I would like to ask a question to our good friend, Mr. Killoy, the CEO of Ruger. Thank you for being here today. I understand that you're a West Point graduate and a veteran of the U.S. Army.
Yes, sir, that's correct. I graduated in 1981, then spent 5 years on active duty and 15 in the Army Reserve.
Wow. Well, thank you for your service to our nation, sir. That is quite an impressive record. Can you tell me, does Ruger sell firearms to law enforcement agencies?
Yes, Congressman, we sell to quite a few law enforcement agencies directly, as well as through our network of law enforcement distributors. And Ruger firearms are particularly popular as off-duty or backup guns for many law enforcement sworn officers.
Thank you. And I want to thank you and your company for being a leader in the gun manufacturing industry. And also want to thank you for being a constitutional business and for the work that Ruger does to make quality firearms affordable to all economies of citizens so they can protect themselves, especially during this time of increasing crime across our nation. So thank you to Ruger and its employees.
And the gentleman's time has expired. The gentlelady from Illinois, Ms. Kelly, is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and the witnesses. Since 1976, the gun industry has been exempt from oversight by the Consumer Product Safety Commission, despite over 45,000 Americans dying from gun-related injuries in 2020 and over 25,000 so far this year. A teddy bear has more safety oversight than guns do. Mr. Busey, why would including guns under the Consumer Product Safety Act make them safer?
I'm not an expert on the Consumer Product Safety Act. I'm sorry, Congresswoman.
But do you think they should be included, like teddy bears and cribs and almost everything else you can name, and guns are exempt?
I believe that all freedoms, especially the freedom to own guns and the freedom to manufacture and sell guns, must be balanced with a commensurate amount of regulation and responsibility. And I think it's up to legislators like you and the other folks on this committee to decide that.
Well, I have a bill that would do just that. Just this. The Firearms Safety Act will remove the gun industry's exemption under the Consumer Product Safety Act. Having strong safety standards on firearms is critical, and there's no good reason for firearms to be the only consumer product not under the supervision of the CPSC. I want to shift our focus to gun trafficking. The city of Chicago is often highlighted as an example of why strict gun laws don't work. But what people fail to realize time and time again is that over 60% of crime guns come from out of state. This happens in other cities as well. New York City's Mayor Eric Adams testified before this committee that the NYPD has taken over 3,000 illegal guns off the street in 2022 alone, many which were trafficked through the so-called iron pipeline. Gun manufacturers are often contacted by the ATF to aid in their tracing investigations following the path of a gun from the manufacturer to the crime scene. Mr. Killoy, does Ruger take any steps to identify problematic patterns of dealers or stop shipments of firearms to dealers who sell a disproportionate amount of crime guns?
Congresswoman, in the case of Ruger, we distribute our firearms in what we call a two-step distribution process. We sell through a network of 15 fairly large wholesalers, who in turn, they are all federally licensed firearms licensees. They then sell to the individual retailers who are also licensees. So we don't have visibility into those individual dealers. We sell to that much smaller network of our 15 wholesalers.
Thank you. Mr. Daniel, does Daniel Defense take any steps to identify problematic patterns of dealers or stop shipments of firearms to dealers who sell a disproportionate number of crime guns?
Congresswoman, we are a federally licensed by the ATF to manufacture firearms, and we sell our products through federally licensed dealers. And we are very good at our ability to make sure that our firearms are transferred legally through legal dealers. If there is a pipeline of guns coming into your district, the people who bring those in illegally, that's a crime, and those people should be prosecuted.
I don't disagree. Mr. Sampson, in your view, could these companies do more to stop illegal gun trafficking? And if so, what could they do?
Yes, they could. For starters, manufacturers could be much more vigilant around the distributors and dealers that they sell to. So even if they don't necessarily go directly to a dealer, if they go to a distributor and they realize that that distributor is working with dealers who are selling crime guns over and over again, that should trigger an investigation and perhaps a change to their business practices. Another thing that manufacturers could do is change the way that they design their guns. And you mentioned consumer product safety. That's a large part of what manufacturers have control over that dealers and distributors do not have control over. They could do things like chamber load indicators or some of the procedures that would make it harder for someone to use a weapon that doesn't belong to them. And that would also go a long way to stopping gun crime.
Thank you. And lastly, one last question for Mr. Kalloy and Mr. Daniels. We have heard today support for abolishing the ATF. Do you support abolishing the ATF?
Speaking on behalf of Ruger, no, we do not. We work closely with our regulators, and we do not support that.
Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Daniel?
Yeah, I agree with Mr. Kalloy. We are licensed dealers and we are licensed manufacturers. We sell through, we are regulated by the ATF, and we are not in support at this time of eliminating the ATF.
Okay, the gentlelady's time has expired.
Thank you so much. Thank you to the witnesses.
Okay, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Sessions, is now recognized.
Madam Chairman, thank you very much, and I appreciate you holding this hearing today. And I want to thank all 5 or 6 of our witnesses that are here today to offer testimony to allow us to get closer to these questions about not just the profits of gun manufacturers, but the practices. And the way I see it is, I'm delighted that each one of our manufacturers have taken part in today's hearing because, in my opinion, they provide proper elements, things that I grew up with as a young man, hunting, fishing, things that I have chosen to have as a sport, and I'm delighted that they're in the United States of America, not just Smith & Wesson, which I carry, but also Ruger is a great product. Mr. Busey, you have presented yourself as tried to be, and I believe that there's truth to this, you're looking for reasonable opportunities for people to use a gun, as you had stated, but to be consistent with values of not just the law, but also of common sense. I want to thank you for pointing that out. What I want to ask you is, if in your analysis of this as an expert before us today, why are so many people buying guns?
I think there's a myriad of reasons, sir. I think the spike in firearms ownership, if that's what you're referring to in the last couple of years, has been driven by an uptick in fear, worry in society about conspiracy theory that is driving much of the firearm sales. And my particular place of expertise or concern is the degree to which firearms companies and the political entities that firearms companies are very entwined with are constructing that conspiracy theory and driving it through political messaging.
Okay, so there's no reality basis for people seeing or hearing or seeing in their neighborhood children who are killed by others, people who are robbed, raped, murdered by criminals?
No, sir, I do not believe that. I think that there are certainly justifiable reasons to purchase a handgun and to defend, or a gun and defend yourself. I believe as
Yes, sir, we're talking about the spike.
I was talking about much of the spike, yes, and I believe, as with all rights, we're talking about policymaking in the gray area. There is a balance between responsible gun ownership and what becomes irresponsible, and I believe that some of the actions encouraging the things that have driven gun sales have crossed over that line in the last few years.
Okay, all right, that's a great place to start, and what I would say to you is I believe that the vast number of people who carry, including myself, do so because we believe that we have a God-given right to protect ourselves, which is one of the reasons why I became a life member of the National Rifle Association. And I try and conduct myself with training. I try and conduct myself with proper licensing, as I have held that concealed permit license for a number of years and had to be responsible about that. So do you think we're talking about criminals or well-balanced people that are improperly, perhaps, as you suggest, maybe not using these weapons that properly?
Oh, I think it's a combination, and I think you bring up a very good point about your concealed carry license. I think I salute you for adhering to the regulation for that concealed carry license, and I regret the fact that that's no longer necessary for you to obtain.
Well, perhaps.
I think it's in everybody's best interest to make sure that they are responsible, as you and I both agree here. But I will tell you that I have been driven, and hundreds of my friends, including mostly women, who have been driven to, and perhaps even here as the National Director of Women's Outreach, they would recognize that they don't want to be even victims in their own home, and that their ability to protect themselves is important. So, Mrs. Okafor, can you please discuss with me why your members purchase firearms?
Speaking directly to women, women buy firearms because of self-defense. That's an overwhelming study that's the reason why most women, particularly women in the last couple of years, buy firearms. It's for self-defense. And talking more so in regards to the constitutional carry, which is what you were talking about, permitless carry in Texas, women have found that actually even a better of a policy, because now they know that if they decide to get a permit and they want to go through the training involved in that they can, but that actually keeps them from having to do so when time permits, when you can't wait the 60 to 90 days to get a permit from the state to tell you you're able to have
time has expired.
concealed carry.
And I appreciate the gentlewoman helping us, but I would say this to the gentleman.
The gentleman's time
young
has
chairman.
expired.
I want to thank you for having this, what seemingly is a balanced opportunity, and I yield back my time.
Thank you. I now ask unanimous consent that Representative Schneider be allowed to participate in today's hearing, so ordered. The gentleman from California, Vice Chair Gomez, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My Republican colleagues say that they're pro-life, yet for nearly 3 decades, they've obstructed any kind of meaningful action to save lives. And where were these so-called pro-life politicians when children were being shot and killed at school? Where were they after Sandy Hook? Where were they after Stoneman Douglas High School? Where were they after Uvalde? They were oftentimes not siding with the children and the victims. They were siding with the killers, and they were siding with the gun manufacturers, often voting to try to give blanket immunity to these manufacturers and block renewal of any assault weapons ban. And as a result, deaths by gun violence nearly tripled. Let that sink in. And my Republican colleagues claim to be the party of individual freedom and the protectors of individual freedom when it comes to gun rights, yet not when it comes to abortion, same-sex marriage, contraception, or other individual rights. All of a sudden, it becomes a state rights issue. And even when you look at when they claim to be about states' rights, they don't live up to that when it comes to guns. You know, they oppose any kind of regulation at the state level or at the local level. And when they say we can't impose any kind of restrictions on background checks, on requiring individuals to lock up their guns, to have trigger locks, then they say we can't do anything to hold gun manufacturers accountable. Pretty much giving us no way to reduce gun deaths in this country, except by their idea of everybody should have a gun, and that's how you reduce gun violence in this country. We have done it before. When it came to automobiles, when it came to cars, when all of a sudden you see car accidents soared, Congress and states enacted life-saving safety measures requiring seatbelts, airbags, anti-lock brakes in new vehicles. And what did you see? Car accident deaths decreased dramatically while gun deaths soared. These gun makers before us today and Republicans have done worse than nothing in response. They actually help add fuel to the fire by advertising guns, AR-15s, and other weapons to white supremacists and children. You know, this is what we're dealing with. Mr. Daniels, you have told my colleagues earlier today that you oppose federal regulation on gun safety and see gun violence as an issue to be solved locally. So does that mean you support state laws like those passed in California that ban marketing guns to children and allow residents to sue those who violate state safety standards, produce and sell weapons of war?
Sir, children can't buy guns, and I was speaking to the local community being taking responsibility of all the people who are involved.
So that's a no. So you basically believe that guns should be marketed towards children?
We market our guns to adults, law-abiding adults for lawful purposes.
So, Ms. Daniel, I'll take back my time. Mr. Bousset, from your experience, if the gun industry thinks their products aren't the cause of gun violence, why have they consistently lobbied to exempt themselves from liability and common sense gun safety regulations? And why have they succeeded? And at what cost when it comes to death and violence?
Thank you for the question, Congressman. I am greatly distressed at the degree to which the firearms industry has funded a powerful political machine that has fought common sense federal gun regulation at every turn that is broadly supported by the American public. These things include universal background checks. They include raising the minimum age on the purchase of long guns to 21 and many other things. And the reason that it has been fought is because cranking up the political pressure in this country is a profitable business model for the NRA and other groups that use this topic as a way to divide our society.
Thank you. Gun violence is being normalized in our country at the expense of children and families. I've had constituents killed. One was killed in Las Vegas in the mass shooting. You know, this is something that we have to fight against, because this isn't normal. It's not okay, right? Where we have to be in fear of our lives for our friends and families if they go to church, school, a parade. This is something that is not reasonable, and we must
the gentleman's time is
take steps to lessen gun violence. Thank you so much. I yield back.
Okay, the gentle lady from New York, Ms. Ocasio-Cortez, is recognized for.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like us to just dive right into it. I have a photo that I'd like to pull up for the committee and our witnesses to be able to see. Can we get that pulled up? It's on. Okay, perfect. Mr. Daniel, you are CEO of firearm manufacturer Daniel Defense. This photograph is from an advertisement featured for your company. Do you know, I'd like to draw your attention to that red tattoo featured in your company's advertisement. Do you know what that tattoo is? Mr. Daniel?
Madam Congresswoman, I'm not sure this is our ad. Can you show the whole ad? Is this our ad or someone else?
Yes, this is your ad, Mr. Daniel. This is an advertisement for your company, Daniel Defense.
Why is the brand name not in the photo?
No worries, no worries. So this is featured prominently in your advertisement, that tattoo. You've indicated that you don't know what it is, but Ms. Sampson, as an expert in this area, can you briefly tell us what that tattoo is?
That's a fall knot, and it's a symbol that has been increasingly embraced by white supremacists.
So, Mr. Daniel, you may or may not know, but your company's advertisement prominently displays iconography associated with white supremacist movements. You can also find it in this other photo that I will be pulling up right now. Right there from January 6th, you can see the fall knot right there on this gentleman's chest. Mr. Daniel, yes or no, are you aware that your advertising department uses imagery affiliated with white supremacist movements in its marketing materials?
No, ma'am, I don't think we do.
Reclaiming my time, thank you. I apologize, I just have to move a bit quickly to fit these questions in. Mr. Bussey, you are a former reclaiming my time. Mr. Bussey, you are a former firearms executive. Do you think that the use of this kind of imagery is welcomed and encouraged in marketing for the firearms industry as a former executive yourself?
I don't think it's welcomed and encouraged, but I think it's looked away from. And I think that there is a aura and an approach in the industry where any single gun customer is good, no matter how detestable their views or their actions may be. And I saw dozens of examples through my career of the acceptance of or looking away from racist things. I think that's different than seeking it out, but I don't think it's properly controlled or addressed.
So in your experience, you believe that a lot of gun manufacturers may turn a blind eye to these kinds of instances?
Yes, Congresswoman, that's correct. I think they've turned a blind eye because the industry has within its DNA now the belief that any single new gun owner is good no matter what they do or how they market. And that's why you heard earlier the representatives from Ruger and Daniel Defense, both of them who've sat on the NSSF board, would refuse to condemn the ads.
Thank you, Mr. Bussey. And the toxic marketing does do enormous harm. We've seen the results with white supremacists using these weapons to target and kill Black Americans shopping for groceries in Buffalo, attending church in Charleston, targeting Jewish communities in Tree of Life. And Mr. Daniel, once again, as the CEO of Daniel Defense, yes or no, do you believe that members of identified extremist hate groups, such as the Proud Boys or Oath Keepers, should be able to purchase the AR-15 style rifles that your company sells?
Congresswoman, we're regulated by the ATF through laws which you pass. We are very good at only.
Thank you. I apologize. I just have a limited amount of time. Thank you. Turning it to you, Mr. Killoy, you are a board member, a CEO of Sturm, Ruger and Company. You're a board member of the National Shooting Sports Foundation. Mr. Daniel, you are also a board member of the NSSF. Mr. Killoy, Palmetto State Armory is a firearms company that's a member of the NSSF. Now, I'd like to pull up another photo. As a member of the foundation that you're in, right here, Palmetto State Armory has used imagery clearly designed to appeal to the FBI-identified far-right domestic terror threat, Boogaloo Boys, with products such as this AK-47 style pistol designed in the same floral pattern that is often used by these group members to identify one another. Mr. Killoy, as a board member of the NSSF, do you condemn marketing firearms to identified extremist groups such as the Proud Boys or Oath Keepers or Boogaloo Boys? Yes or no? Do you condemn your industry explicitly marketing materials to domestic terror threats?
Congresswoman, the National Shooting Sports Foundation does not control individual member companies.
But this is a member of your foundation, Mr. Killoy.
But I take exception to the fact that, you know, I can assure you there is, we do not tolerate racism or white supremacy.
Do you condemn marketing these materials? Do you condemn marketing these materials to Proud Boys, Oath Keepers, or Boogaloo Boys? That's all, Madam Chair. It's just a yes or no.
Madam Congresswoman,
answer the question.
I didn't know that was, I'd never seen that ad before, and I didn't realize that's what it was tied to, and I'm not an expert in that field.
So you don't have an answer here.
The lady's time has expired.
Thank you.
The gentleman from California, Mr. DeSaulnier, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your leadership on this. Starting with Ms. Sampson and then Mr. Bussey, if you could comment on the extraordinary cost to Americans for gun violence in this country. And first I want to refer to a GAO report from last year that the chair asked for that has been covered, including in an article in the New York Times. It estimated that the cost of gun violence is over $1 billion at very least, just in terms of medical costs to federal taxpayers. 60% of these medical costs are paid for through Medicare, Medicaid. And then on another just recent by Everytown Research, the numbers are really sort of staggering to a broader study titled The Economic Cost of Gun Violence, $557 billion annually, comparable to 2.6% of U.S. gross domestic product. So compare those numbers for me based on $3 billion worth of profits, and I take it as after-tax profit, as reported by Trace for gun manufacturers. To me, this is a huge subsidy in addition to the horrible pain and suffering, but just from a financial standpoint. So first, Ms. Sampson, particularly for the Everytown report, but also the GAO and other reports, could you add your comments to the cost of gun violence to American taxpayers?
Thank you, Congressman. I think, as you called it, it is a sort of subsidy because at the same time that American taxpayers are bearing not just obviously the emotional cost in terms of trauma and death, but also financial costs of gun violence, the gun violence epidemic, the gun industry is continuing to make profits, and then they use the violence that they in part facilitate to market to people to tell them that they need to have even more weapons. And so as we hear a lot of talk about self-defense, for example, well, a lot of people want to defend themselves because they're afraid of being shot by people who shouldn't have weapons. And rather than making sure that we make the industry accountable for allowing people to have weapons that they shouldn't have, they just continue to fuel that market. And so they're able to evade responsibility, they're able to evade transparency, and they're able to evade oversight, all while putting the cost of that on American taxpayers and on Americans themselves who die as a result of that misconduct and irresponsibility.
Thanks, Ms. Sampson. Mr. Bussey?
I think that most responsible gun owners want to be a part of the solution and don't want to be a part of the problem. And we need to rebalance those scales. So to the degree to which irresponsible activities or insufficient regulation is leading towards cost and cost of gun violence, I believe through my own experience that responsible gun owners want to play a part in being a solution to that.
Mr. Bussey, I want to talk to you a little bit about having been in elected office in California for a long time and very active in violence prevention programs from a public health standpoint. When we look at, and there was a story in the New York Times recently about just comparing states with evidence-based research, gun violence prevention, and the collective effect they have. So in California, laws, some of which that I have authored at the local and state level, you're 25% less likely to be a victim of gun violence. If you're a young person, you're 35% less likely to be involved in a school shooting. So the gist of that, to me, and the evidence-based research that particularly we've funded in California at the University of California at Davis and their violence prevention program, not just guns, but also in this instance, these policies work, and you're less likely to be harmed by guns if we have these initiatives. Giffords has done a wonderful job, I think, of comparing that internationally. Could you speak to that and anything you would like to add in the time I've got left, Ms. Sampson?
Thank you, Congressman. I think that you're correct, and I would like to take issue with some of the statements I've heard here from other representatives today telling us that gun laws don't work or that they won't be applied to anybody but criminals. And I would like to take your example and apply it to two recent shootings, the Uvalde shooting and the Buffalo shooting. In both of those cases, the shooters waited until they were 18 to purchase the guns. They didn't purchase them when they were 16 and a half. They didn't purchase them when they were 17 3/4. They waited until they were 18. Why is that? Because the law said they couldn't purchase them until they were 18. So to your point, in California and to those cases, the fact is that the laws impact the way people purchase and use guns, and we need to, as a responsible society, and you as a governing body, need to take that into account.
The gentleman's time has expired.
You go back, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The gentlelady from California, Ms. Jackie Spear, is organized and recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I find this hearing to be both edifying and very painful. Mr. Killoy, in your testimony, you made the assertion that modern sporting rifles are not inherently more dangerous than other popular firearms. Is that true? Is that what you said?
I think that's paraphrasing, but yes, Congresswoman.
So I don't know if you took the time to listen to the hearing we had on Uvalde and the families that appeared, and the pediatrician who went to school at Robb Elementary and is very committed to the community. He went into that morgue, not the morgue, he went into that emergency room, and one of the children was decapitated. The other child body was in shreds and could hardly be identified. How can you say that that's a sporting rifle?
Congresswoman, respectfully, obviously the events in Uvalde are tragic on so many levels, but to blame the firearm, it's a semi-automatic firearm. The semi-automatic firearms have been around since 1885 when they were first invented. Many of them are in larger calibers than the .223 caliber that's used in modern sporting rifle typically. And again, it's an inanimate object used by a wicked.
All right, but it is a weapon of war, Mr. Killoy, and no matter how you want to sugarcoat it, it decapitates people. It shreds their bodies. It is not a gun you use as a sporting rifle to shoot a deer. Let me move on to the Protection of Law, Commerce, and Arms Act, PLCAA, has really had the effect of robbing the American people of a mechanism to ensure that gun industry is protecting American consumers. We pass laws all the time to protect consumers that manufacturers find distasteful or costly, whether it's airbags or seatbelts. If a product's unsafe or could easily be made safer, we take action. Now, Ms. Sampson, how many Americans die in accidental firearm accidents every year?
There's about 9 per day. I'm not sure what that adds up to in a year.
9 per day of deaths that could be avoided with any kind of safety mechanism applied. How many of those deaths are children?
I'm not sure. I think it's 9 children per day. I'm sorry about that.
9 children per day that are tragically killed because they were playing with a firearm that was loaded, correct?
Yes.
The SEC filing for Ruggers says that firearm preference can be, quote, driven by deeply personal views, and, quote, many pistol shooters do not like magazines that have a disconnect feature. In fact, even when you make handguns with magazine disconnects, they're easy to circumvent. There are multiple guides on how to remove the magazine disconnect. Mr. Buzzi, what do you make of the argument that a consumer's personal views about how a handgun feels should trump the risk that a child might accidentally shoot herself?
Well, these are the questions that legislative bodies such as this need to wrestle with for the good of society. There is a use for a handgun, obviously, and there is a need for things to be safe. And as you noted, we've wrestled with these things in cars and cigarettes and everything else through the history of our country.
I want to show you this pink AR rifle, obviously being promoted for girls, I guess, to use. There appears to be a systematic effort underway by many of you as manufacturers to promote having children get engaged in wanting to have guns. Is that your newest market? Any of you can answer that. Do you see that as a market that is untapped?
Congresswoman, I think what's appropriate in the topic of firearms and children is properly training and educating children at age-appropriate levels to handle firearms safely, to understand that used improperly, they are a danger to themselves and others, and to leave it alone and not let their curiosity get the best of them. That's one of the reasons Ruger has supplied over 25 million locks in the last few decades to keep our firearms out of unauthorized hands like children.
Thank you. My time has expired.
And this gentleman? Okay. Okay, the gentlelady from Michigan, Ms. Lawrence, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My colleague on the other side used a term that I hear frequently when we start talking about gun violence in America. And he said, my God-given right. I was raised in the church, I attend church, and I read my Bible personally. I would welcome any person to find the scripture where God said, you shall own a gun. I would welcome anyone to show me where God declared that owning a gun is your right. I do pray for my colleagues. To own a gun in America is a constitutional right. But just like any other situation that arises in America, when we get to the point of it being a pandemic, an epidemic, where the death of children in America, the #1 cause is a gun. My goodness, aren't we intelligent enough in America to embrace this challenge? If I hear another hypocrite stand up and say my thoughts and prayers while parents are grieving and standing and burying children, we care and we have this debate about abortion. Oh, I care about the children. But you embrace, promote, and make money off of guns that are killing our children. Can you at least have a conversation about your right to own a gun and gun violence in America? Mr. Boosty, gun manufacturers can they buy advertisement on social media platforms like Twitter or Facebook, yes or no?
I believe there are varying rules from those social media platforms, but gun companies do advertise aggressively through social media platforms through their normal posting accounts.
The answer is no, they're not supposed to, but you're correct. The gun manufacturers use social media to sell their product. And so even though these companies are not allowed to advertise directly on the platform, they have social media accounts that they can use to promote their products. The now infamous Daniel defense ad depicting a child holding a semi-automatic weapon was posted on Twitter. The company has since deleted the picture after an uproar after the Uvalde massacre. And the picture I post here, they use this, a gun manufacturer, and since then, I want to ask Mr. Daniel, why did your company remove this post from Twitter? Sir?
Congresswoman, this ad is about parents teaching children gun safety.
Why did you take it down, sir?
Teaching them what a gun is.
Why did you take it down, sir? Answer the question, please.
Yes, ma'am. We took this ad down, although it had a good message. We took it down because children had just been killed, and we didn't think it was appropriate.
It wasn't appropriate. Isn't that ironic that you, who use this picture on social media, personally as a company, decided it was inappropriate? The next thing I want to ask you, Mr. Daniel, there is never a right time to post a photo like this, and the fact that the photo should have never been taken. This is not a traditional advertisement, but in 2022, social media posts are indeed advertisements. Mr. Simanson, why is gun makers' use of social media concerning to you? Ms., I'm sorry.
The reason those posts are important because the firearms are a consumer product. And so consumers are going to be susceptible to advertising, and the messages impact them. And one of the biggest messages that we haven't talked about yet is gun manufacturers' claims that guns will make people safer. We've heard a lot about self-defense, for example, when in reality, bringing a gun into your home makes it more likely that you or someone in your home will be harmed by that gun rather than using it to defend yourselves. And so Americans are looking for answers as to how to keep themselves safe, and these social media posts that suggest, for example, that if you want safety, you should bring a firearm into your home, or if you want safety, you should walk around the streets armed with an AR-15, can mislead the public, and that's why it's important.
Thank you. We, at a time, we had the Wild Wild West, where every American walked around with a gun. And supposedly, through education, through compassion, and experience, we learned that this was not. And in our Constitution, it says, it's clear that we did not have a police department. We did not have an organized, funded body that is in place to protect us. So again, I want to give a Bible to every one of my colleagues and have a prayer session with all of them. Thank you. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Carter, is now recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for allowing me to wave onto this committee, and thank all the witnesses here. You know, it's real easy to profile and just say, oh, you're a gun manufacturer, you're an awful person, a terrible person. But that's not always the case. In fact, that's never the case. And I just want to make sure you understand, Daniel Defense is one of the major employers in my district that I have the honor and privilege of representing, the 1st Congressional District of Georgia. They provide many jobs, many well-paying jobs in our community, and they're great jobs that provide people with the opportunity to produce a great product and to be reimbursed for that product and for the fine work that they do. Mr. Daniel, before I get into a couple of questions, I noticed that you've been asked time and time again during this hearing about some ads involving children, and you haven't really had the opportunity to respond to them about the intent of what. And I want to just give you that opportunity if you wanted to comment on some of those ads and what exactly you had in mind when you were doing that.
Thank you, Congressman. This photo was taken by a parent who was teaching their child what a gun was. And as you notice in the photo, the parent's hand was right in the photo. The gun was unloaded. This child was being taught that you can't touch a gun without an adult. This is personal responsibility that I've been trying to talk about. Parents must teach their children how to handle firearms properly. Just as you would teach a child not to get behind the driver's seat of a car and crank it and drive away. You must teach children, we must teach children to be safe with firearms.
And Mr. Daniel, as I know all too well, you have your company's been very involved in the community and in our district. In fact, I believe you sponsor a number of high school teams, shooting teams, and you're involved in youth groups like that. Is that true?
Yes, sir. We actually started a foundation called Double D Foundation. The purpose of the foundation is to help train young people how to use firearms safely and how to compete with firearms.
And it'd be easy to just profile, as I said earlier, and label you as an awful person who is just trying to get guns into the hands of kids, but quite the opposite. You're trying to teach safety and actually helping young people. Wouldn't you agree?
Yes, sir.
Well, let me ask you this. You bought this company, is that right?
What was the question, sir?
How did this company get started? Daniel Defense.
I started shooting with an AR-15 and a handgun in the late 90s as I had grown up hunting but never done any self-defense training. I had an AR-15 and a handgun, and I started training for self-defense, and I realized how effective the AR-15 was for self-defense. I wanted some parts for the guns that I had that nobody made, and I talked to the company, and they would not make the 4 parts I needed. I talked them into making 100. I would have to sell 96 to get the 4 parts I wanted, and those were the first parts we sold in 2001. And then we sold the very first gun that we made in 2009.
And how many people do you employ now in your business?
About 400 people, sir.
So it went from a company that you started in your garage, from what I understand, to where you're providing for 400 families.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And not only that, but also teaching safety to children, to young people, and giving them the opportunity to compete and to learn and to really grow. Is that true?
Yes, sir, and to become responsible adults and know how to handle firearms.
Well, tell me very quickly, what is a job like? What does a job at Daniel Defense look like? I mean, tell me about the typical job at Daniel Defense.
We are vertically integrated, so we manufacture almost every part in the gun. So there's all types of manufacturing jobs, all types of engineering jobs, all types of manufacturing engineering jobs. We do everything here, assembly jobs. We are very diverse in the jobs we offer, and we are one of the highest paying employers we're the highest in our county and one of the highest in our region.
Well, thank you, Mr. Daniel, for your commitment to our community, and thank you for being a witness here today, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Illinois, Representative Schneider, is now recognized.
Thank you, Chairwoman Maloney, and thanks to the committee for allowing me to wave on to this committee today and for having this very important hearing. Before I start, let me just ask a couple of questions. And maybe I'll start, Mr. Daniel, real quickly. What's M&P stand for?
Excuse me, sir?
What does M&P stand for?
You're talking about from Smith & Wesson?
Yeah, just in marketing, when we're talking about a gun, what does M&P represent?
I think Smith & Wesson uses M&P for military and police.
Right. Thank you. And Mr. Buse, maybe I'll ask you this question. I'm not a hunter, but a follow-up shot in hunting, what is that typically when someone's deer hunting?
A follow-up shot in hunting is a follow-up shot anywhere is a second shot on something.
Yeah. And if you are deer hunting, if you're lucky, how many shots might you get at a deer? If you hit it or miss the first time, how many follow-up shots are you going to get?
Well, you shouldn't miss, but I mean, a typical deer hunter may get one more, maybe.
All right. So the idea of a gun that can fire 83 shots in just a couple of seconds for deer hunting, that doesn't make a lot of sense.
Not only does it make a lot of sense, in many states that is prohibited by law.
Right. There's, as I understand it, in fact, some places you can only have 3 or 5 bullets in your gun when you're deer hunting.
That's correct. Yeah.
So I'm here today. I'm not only here as a representative, but I'm a resident of Highland Park. Which, as you know and have talked about today, had a horrible mass shooting at the 4th of July parade. Like many residents, I joined thousands of families as we waited for the Independence Day parade, when a single deranged man climbed a ladder to a rooftop and monstrously opened fire on the crowd from above. In less than a minute, he fired 83 shots from an AR-style Smith & Wesson M&P 15 semi-automatic rifle, military and police, not hunting. Military and police rifle, murdering 7 and wounding dozens more, which should have been a joyful celebration ended in tragedy and trauma for an entire community. And his intent was to kill many more. Mr. Daniel, in your testimony, you mentioned that they often that these shooters go after soft targets. Our parade ground was not a soft target per se. There were plenty of it wasn't a gun-free zone. The police were there. First responders were there. In fact, they were heroes, but he was able to fire off, the shooter was able to fire off his bullets so fast that they couldn't even identify from where they were coming from. We heard from some of those victims today about how their families were shaken, their friends were injured, and their sense of safety, our safety, was forever broken. I want to thank the many victims who shared their story, and I commend their bravery for speaking out. Without an assault weapon, the shooter in Highland Park would likely not have inflicted the carnage, the extreme carnage we experienced. The M&P stands for, as you said, military and police, and yet Smith & Wesson markets and sell these weapons of war to civilians like the monster who murdered 7 people. His intent was to kill many more. These weapons were designed to massacre. For that reason, I've been talking to my colleagues about the importance of voting for H.R. 1808, a bill that would reinstate the federal ban on selling these assault weapons. Well, I'd like to address Smith & Wesson brands on their role in Highland Park shooting today. Unfortunately, they're not here. Mr. Daniel, let me turn to you. Your company, Daniel Defense, as you mentioned, has grown. It's one of the leading voices in marketing assault weapons to civilians. In one of your ads, you use the slogan, "Use what they use," showing that you know these weapons are designed, they, I assume, being the military, that they're designed for war, but using them in a civilian role all the same. You posted that photo we've talked about of the toddler holding a gun, and I understand why you took it down. But I have a degree in business from Kellogg School at Northwestern, a marketing school. We know the power of marketing, especially the power of marketing young people, whether it's cereal or cigarettes or, in this case, guns. Given that you apparently are knowingly marketing young people, and you know that these young people, in particular, their weapon of choice is the assault weapon, the AR-15, why do you think companies should be shielded from liability if a weapon marketed to a young person is used by a young person to massacre a community, whether it's Uvalde, Buffalo, Highland Park, or any of the other countless names we've already experienced these tragedies?
Congressman, we market and sell our products to law-abiding citizens who are adults. We cannot sell firearms to children.
So, but the marketing to young people creates the market. We know marketing works. That's why companies spend millions and billions of dollars selling everything from makeup to cereal, as I talked about, to cars, and imagery matters, and the connection to military for these young people. It's not for hunting. You don't take these weapons to go and hunt deer or do fowl hunting.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman may answer the question.
What was the question?
It was more of a comment, so I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Before we close, I want to offer the ranking member an opportunity to offer any closing remarks he may have. Ranking Member Comer, you are now recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I want to thank our witnesses who are here today, especially want to thank Ruger and Daniel Defense, who are here today for manufacturing and employing and making an investment in the United States. That's an issue that we're trying to focus on in Congress, try to keep manufacturing in the United States. The Democrats talk a lot about the hundreds of mass shootings in America committed by criminals who are either immediately arrested or killed on the spot. But they say nothing about the 100,000 people who have died of fentanyl overdoses that came at the hands of illegals who crossed our unsecured border. Liberals have passed the most strict gun laws in America in cities like Chicago, New York, and Washington, D.C., yet these cities continue to have the highest rates of gun violence. Banning guns from law-abiding citizens is simply not the answer. Republicans will never turn our back on the Second Amendment. So let's focus where there is consensus among both parties, because you can't legislate against evil. If you could, I think there would be 535 votes in favor of legislating against evil. But we can focus and fund better security at our schools. We can fund and focus on better mental health awareness and detection. And for goodness sakes, we can fund our police. Hopefully, the American people have seen what happens when we have lax prosecutors. I think we've seen what happens in places like San Francisco, which is probably the most liberal city in the United States. They had a recall of their local prosecutor because the American people will not tolerate letting criminals out in the name of criminal justice. So I think there are many areas where both parties can come together to focus on achievable solutions, and I'm willing to do that, Madam Chair, and with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back, and I recognize myself for closing statement. Today, for the first time in recent history, gun industry executives testified to Congress about their business practices. I was sincerely hoping that they would use this opportunity to acknowledge their role in the violence plaguing our nation, to apologize to the families who are here with us today who have been devastated by their products, and to agree to stop selling the most dangerous weapons. Sadly, they refused. Mr. Daniel, the CEO of Daniel Defense, blamed gun violence on the decline of what he called personal responsibility. But when I asked about his own responsibility for selling guns to mass murderers, he claimed that these shootings are just a local problem. The CEO of Ruger, Mr. Kilroy, was asked if his company would take the basic step of tracking the crimes that are committed with the guns he sells, like other manufacturers. His answer was, "That's not my job." And the third one that we invited didn't even bother to show up. That is why I intend to seek additional documents from that company by subpoena. It's no secret why gun CEOs are so desperate to avoid taking responsibility for the deaths caused by their products. Our investigation found that these companies made over $1 billion selling assault weapons in the last decade. They are choosing their bottom line over the lives of their fellow Americans. Since it's clear that the gun industry won't protect Americans, Congress must act. We must ban weapons of war from our communities. We must repeal the immunity from lawsuits that gun makers enjoy, unlike every other industry in America, and we must finally hold the gun manufacturers to account. This hearing is not the end. Our committee will continue our investigation, and I will keep fighting for common sense gun safety laws. This is a fight we must and will win, and I yield back. I now recognize myself for a closing adjournment. I want to thank our panelists for their remarks. I want to thank the families that are here with us today, too. I want to commend my colleagues for participating in this important conversation. And with that, without objection, all members have 5 legislative days within which to submit extraneous materials and to submit additional written questions for the witnesses to the chair, which will be forwarded to the witnesses for their response. I ask our witnesses to please respond as promptly as you are able. This meeting is adjourned.